being able to identify our purposes in this life, on this earth, and living life to our full capacity, giving an opportunity for every individual also to embrace each other, the love and the care, the unity among ourselves. But we see these dangerous activities on our streets and in our homes, in this community, every now and then. On the television and the radio stations, we hear this continuously happening. And we always ask ourselves, how can this be stopped? What education can we give to the next generation, the youth, the children coming? And I was excited when Bestel Foundation, New Life, Destiny Apostolic Church International came together in order to make this program happen. By God's grace, we have wonderful people who have great knowledge, insight, and have experiences to share with us. And I would like each and every one of us to give our full attention. And any activity that takes place on here in this auditorium, I would encourage you to get yourself involved in it. And as parents, there is a whole lot of knowledge for us to grab, insight and revelation for us to impact for our children and our youth. I welcome you again. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourself. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask the speakers. And also, we have a whole lot of refreshment and many other things. If you want to have some drink, if you want to use the loo or anything, just feel free to ask and you will be supported. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you so much, Bishop. Thank you.
Thank you again. Well, that was a welcome note from the General Overseer, the conference host. Next up, we're going to have the CEO of Bestel Foundation, of course, who are the conveners and who we collaborating with, together with the Croydon Council of Pastors and Churches, and of course the New Christian Center also over there in Croydon. So we've come a long way. Put your hands together for them, the collaborators, all the collaborators. Put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you. Stella, thank you. So we want to welcome the CEO, Bestel Foundation. Oh, put your hands together for her. Hallelujah. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you very, very, very much for coming today. For anybody to get up early in the morning to come for a program like this means that we want to make a change. Bestel Foundation is a registered mental health charity, registered since 2018 to support the Black and ethnic minority group in London with mental health issues. During the COVID time, it was very, very difficult for a lot of us from the Black and ethnic minority group. We were able to go to people's houses to support them, give them hot food, give them food parcels, and that works well. So we decided, look, we're going to keep doing this to support our community. Very recently, how we came into to have the passion for the knife crime, one of our dear daughters was brutally murdered in Croydon. That touched and broke our hearts. And on that day, myself and the directors of Bestel and our patron, we decided that we need to also support the youth, work on the youth, try to ensure that we collaborate with other ministries, other churches, and others who work closely with the youth to see if we can make a small change to our community. Saying that, as soon as we made that decision, about 8 weeks later, my son went to Ilford and he was held at a knife point for his jacket. But what saved him is because I have educated him enough to say, if anybody approach you, give. He was with his friend. his friend was reluctant, and he got a very bad side of the gang. So it's very important for us to get together, to have the knowledge and have the expertise, even if to break away in a very difficult situation. So thank you, parents, for taking this opportunity to come and get some impact. And thank you, young ones, for also coming to get the knowledge on how to break loose. You are our next generation. You are very important to us, and we'll do all we can to support you to make sure that we all stay safe and stay well for the next generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. She's the CEO of the Bestel Foundation. So during the break, anytime, please approach her. She's happy to take questions, happy to respond, happy to help. Hallelujah. So let's now invite the patron of Bestel Foundation. She's spoken about what they're about, but the patron is going to talk to us about the purpose of why we're all gathered here today. Let's welcome Peter Hustler.
Thank you for making the time to come today. It means so much to see you all here, giving your time to talk about something which is very painful, something which touches so many of our hearts, and it's so frustrating to know, what can we do about it. The very fact that you're here today is a step. It's a step towards trying to find some answers. Now, giving up your time to be here today, there's a few things I guess I just wanted you to think about. Number one, this is an opportunity to listen to others, for us, you, to have the opportunity to tell your stories and your experiences, and not to be frightened to challenge. If you hear something that you aren't sure about or you think is wrong, don't be frightened to challenge it. Now, I know that not everybody can get up and stand and talk in front of lots of people. It's a bit nerve-wracking sometimes, isn't it, to do that? So that's why what we're going to do, we've got a whole load of these post-it notes here, and we've got hundreds of pencils. I want to put these around the room in various places, so that if you've got a point to make, if you've got a question to ask, and you don't feel able to stand up and say it, write it down on there and just pop it front table when there's an opportunity. And we will try and reflect those in the day, but we'll also use those messages going forward. This is the start of a journey. We had a fantastic meeting with the London Mayor's office when we were planning these events, and that really encouraged us to think, actually, we've got to do more. We've got to push forward with this. But we need your thoughts, we need your ideas, and really, we will use them. So however small your thoughts are, or however, the slightest thing that you want to say that you don't feel able to stand up and say, jot it down on the piece of paper. You don't even have to put your name. If you can, if you want us to follow it up with you. But just do it. And we will review those as the day goes on. And certainly after the event, we will put everything together. There will also be, here I've got some evaluation forms for the end of the day. But I'm going to give those out when we break later on. I'll put them on the chairs sort of in a couple of hours' time. Because that might be another place that you want to write some comments. we really appreciate if you did fill in one of these evaluation forms, because we're still learning, developing, and we want to try and make sure that all of our activities are meaningful and useful for people. So that's two things. We've got our post-it notes, which I'm going to distribute around in a second, and we've got our evaluation forms at the end. But most of all, however difficult this subject is, we've got each other. We're here together to move this forward. So I want to thank you once again for all being here, and let's hope this is going to be such a useful event, but hopefully the first more. Thank you very much.
Oh, let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, everyone. Great, excellent. Thank you, Peter. That was so wonderful and insightful, just to set the scene for the purpose and the reason why we're here today. So just embrace the occasion, be active, write a few questions or any comments that you've got, any contribution throughout the day. Please do so for us. We're going to invite our next speaker, and I'm very excited about this speaker as well. It's going to be our very first speaker. And why am I saying that? Because he stands for so much. And in the name of Andrew Brown, he's the CEO or the Chief Executive Officer of the Croydon BME Forum. Andrew Brown is an accomplished director in so many fields, strategic planning, business, but really his professional journey has been marked with his commitment to the community and partnership. He does so much for community. He's led so much with corporate, even in the House of Parliament, so much in funding. There is a lot that Andrew brings to the table in our community. And one of the reasons why Andrew's here is to ensure that we collaborate, we connect, that we work together. And through that, families, friends, whoever it is, anyone, this is why we're here, joining the discussion, working together to take urgent action to be able to stem this horrendous and tragic continuous incidents of knife crime. It's not very nice for all of us, but Andrew stands as a true leader in the community, and his leadership stands, as I say, across the community and collaborating. One of the remarkable things, I want to say this, and I cannot not say this before I invite him to speak, is his collaboration with the Macmillan Cancer Support. He's done tirelessly well with them, worked with them to ensure that communities are able to benefit from this. So without further ado, I want to invite Andrew Brown, CEO, Croydon Forum. Let's all put your hands together. Let's receive him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Pastor. I'll pay you later, okay? Thank you so much. Just want to thank our apostle as well. Thank you, Pastor Stella. Thank you so much for inviting us. Mummy Dorcas, Daddy, Auntie Miriam, thank you as well. And thank you, lovely saints, for being here today. You know what, there's a little bit of a gap though, so I'm going to ask some of my young people, I'm seeing a lot of people over here, to maybe just come forward, because we're sitting down here and we're kind of feeling lonely.
Can we please humbly come closer, or move forward?
I was sitting next to
Bismack, could you come around a bit further, please? Thank you.
Maybe just come forward. The guys on the back row, come forward, let me feel welcome. I've come all the way from Croydon today.
Please come closer.
Make me feel a bit
closer.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome here. Amen. 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 Thank you. This is what we want to see. So thank you. Thank you, young men and young ladies, for coming forward. Hopefully you've got my PowerPoint here. So hopefully you've got my PowerPoint. Hopefully they got my PowerPoint. I know it didn't look like that. No, that's not my PowerPoint. That's not my PowerPoint. Stella, where are you? That's not my PowerPoint. So my name's Andrew Brown. As I said, I'm Chief Executive of Croydon BME Forum. We're an organisation based in Croydon, and we've been delivering activities in Croydon and around Croydon for the last 20 years. Myself, I've been doing activities with young people. I would say really from the age of 16, when I just passed my driving test, and I used to take young boys in my car, in my Golf, and there should only be 5 people in a car, but from growing up in Brixton, there would be about 10 of us in a car, and we would jump in a car and we would drive down, and we would go and play football every Friday for about 2 years, and that was my first kind of inkling of mentoring and getting involved in youth activities. From there as well, I managed to start my first business. So my first business was a coffee shop that was run at a train station. So that was at Loughborough Junction train station. Managed to do that from the age of about 19 to about 21. Managed to do that and run and sell coffee shops. Sell the sandwiches and sell teas and coffees and cappuccinos and lattes and all of those kind of lovely things that we're now seeing doing that now. From that as well, I then went and managed to have an opportunity to go and work for a large organisation, a company called KPMG. So if anyone knows KPMG, it's a large accountancy organisation. And from that, I was able to go and work around the world, and lucky enough to go and work in places such as India, Australia, Dublin, and those lovely places. But 10 years later, after working in, are we good? Excellent. So after working in all those lovely places, growing up in Brixton, in 2008, there were 28 youth deaths in London. And one of them was a young boy called Billy Cox. And he was literally about a mile away from where I lived. At that time, I was lucky enough, as I said, to be traveling back and forth. And I kind of I sat down at my desk and said, there must be more to life than traveling around the world, considering that there are young black boys dying at least a few meters away from my house. So I decided to give it all up. So when I gave it up, people said, "You're mad, you can't give up. You can't give up working for KPMG, one of the largest accountancy firms in the world." But I gave it up, and I decided to then go and do work in the community. And that's how I started. From there, thank you. From that, I've been able just to do so many different things as well. Traveled the world, met loads of people, done all of those kind of stuff. But most importantly, I've been able to empower young boys and young girls. And I would say in the 20 years of me doing this, I've worked with thousands and thousands of young people. So I'm going to just give you a little story now. So as I said, over 20 years experience of working in the volunteering sector and community field, experience in community leadership and advocacy. Next slide, please. So just what I was trying to do in the last couple of days was just some of the stuff that we've done in the last 20 years. And I'm going to take on a little story, and there's going to be a little bit that you guys are going to be involved in as well. So you're not here to listen to me for 20 odd minutes. You guys in some of the activities. So some of the stuff that I've done, we've done youth conferences in Lewisham and in Croydon. 1,000 people came to the one in Croydon, 600 people came to the youth conference in Lewisham. Holiday programs, we ran holiday programs for young people over 15 years. If you can imagine, some of the holiday programs, we ran in six different boroughs. Each of those holiday programs had 100 people in each of those holiday programs. If you times that, 6 times 100 times 12, that's a lot of young people being engaged. Youth clubs, food distribution, mental health support, working with Lewisham Council, housing associations, Metropolitan Housing Trust, Lewisham Youth Services, Mind, the police, the Felix Project, etc. Next slide, please. So can you go back one, please? So my question to here is, when we're here talking about knife crime, so there's a lot I can talk about, but we're going to try and home it down on knife crime. And the work that I've done over the last 15 and 20 years is working with young people from the youth offending team. And some of the work I've had to do is literally pick them up from the houses and take them to my center and work with them face to face for weeks and months. And a lot of the questions I ask is, why are you involved in knife crime? How did you get involved in knife crime? And that's the question I'm going to ask everyone here now as well. So Peter handed out some papers, so thank you very much. So my question to you guys now, everyone here, and if you've got post-it notes, write it down. But why do young people, why do you think people, young people in particular, get involved in knife crime? I'm going to give you about a minute to think about it, and then it's going to be a show of hands, and you can shout out to me. Why do young people get involved in knife crime? Give you about a minute to think about it, and then put up your hands if you want to give me some answers. Why do young people get involved in knife crime?
I feel to myself the reason why the youth is getting, sorry sweetheart, in knife crime, as I'm an older lady and I was brought up in Forest Gate and Stratford and Plaistow. When I grew up in London, there was a lot for the youth to do. There was a lot of places they could go and meet their friends, talk, play games, and so on. And it's all been taken away, especially for the black children. Because when I was growing up, I had a lot to do. I had too much. By the evening, I'm tired. So I feel it for the young youth now, because apart when they come up from school, who's going to give them a job? There's not much jobs for them.
Okay.
And I really believe that they need to bring back those places where they can go and play pool or whatever they can play.
So
this
lack
is
of youth clubs,
Yeah.
lack of opportunities.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of my young people. Don't feel shy, just no judging, no judging. Why do young people get involved in it? Young people, come, talk to me. So, come, we're here as a family today, and we're here to discuss, there's no shame, there's no judging, wants to be together. Okay, thank you. So why do young people get involved in youth crime? What's some of the reasons? Or you can just shout out. You can shout out if you can hear. Which one? Protection. Definitely. You want to be part of a family and part of friends, yeah? All right. Let's go to the next slide, please. So working with thousands and thousands of young boys and girls, we have to remember there are some girls who are involved in knife crime as well. So these are the top things that the young people over my years have said. So friends and peer pressure, yeah? You're involved in a group of friends, they might go and do something, and they're saying, come, you have to come as well, yeah? Peer pressure. Family, no father figure. No role models, yeah, or following in the family members' footsteps. My dad done it, my brother done it, I have to do it. Money or the lack of money, yeah? No opportunities, you said it, Mum, no opportunities. Education, PRUs, lack of education as well. Mental health is massive in our community right now. We're doing so much stuff in Croydon, yeah, around mental health, and we are engaging our young people around mental health. Sense of power, they get a taste of things, yeah? You do it once, or you see someone doing it, then all of a sudden you want to do it. You want to continue doing it, and it gives you a bit of power. You feel now strong now because you've got power over other people. invincibility, and you feel protected. And the last one, as I said, is power. They like to see the pain in other people. Yeah, this is what young people have said when I've now sat down with them and I've now talked to them and said, why are you involved in knife crime? How did you get in it? Next slide, please. So, can we go back one again? Sorry, I'm kind of giving you guys my answers before. So another question is, who is now affected by knife crime? Yeah? Who's affected by knife crime? Yeah? Unfortunately, as we know, something happened in Croydon. We lost a young girl. Yeah? And so many people were affected by knife crime. But I believe that our young people do not realize, and maybe some of our elders as well, do not realize who's affected by knife crime. When something happens, and if I had more time, I used to do this as a workshop when I would have 20 young people around me, and we've been using this whole space, yeah, to do workshop on this particular question as well, is who is affected by knife crime? Everyone. Explain it. That's an easy one, yeah? Explain it a bit more. Yeah.
Mother that involved in that death
Yep.
is involved, the
Yep.
family as a whole, there's children in the school,
Yeah,
friends, and even the community
that's right.
mourn the whole day or the whole year.
Yeah.
thinking about it.
100%. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next play. So, the ripple effect of knife crime, yeah? So the victim and the perpetrator as well, because sometimes we forget about the perpetrator, the one who actually done the crime is also affected as well. So we look at the victim's family, the mum, the dad, the brother, the sisters, the cousins, the uncles, the aunts, yeah? The young brother who, yeah, is expecting his brother to pick him up at school at 4 o'clock. But guess what? He can't do that no more, yeah? Because he's no longer here. So the younger brother is now affected by knife crime. Also, the sisters, etc., etc. Can I also just say as well, Stella, I'm hoping that you've got some people in here that people can reach out to. Yeah, some mental health support. If anyone feeling triggered, there should hopefully be someone in the back that people can go to and speak to. Yeah? School, friends, teachers, families. Yeah? Can we now see how it's not just that person who's died, yeah? It's now rippling out to people. Churches, yeah? That person could have been part of a community, could have been part of a church, the local community. That's how the ripple effect. The police, the ambulance, the bystanders, yeah? The person who has to go and pick up and see that young person on the ground, yeah? The ambulance person who has to go and look after that person. The professionals, the young offenders, if they're part of the young offenders, the person who's been working with that person is also affected. The doctors, the nurses. You see what I'm saying, guys? Yeah? It's not just one and one. It goes further and further. But there is hope. Yeah? I'm not just here to say, there is hope. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I do is about giving opportunities and giving hope to our young people. And Pastor, Apostle, one of the things that I'm more than happy to do, if you're not already doing it, is to come and help and launch and do something here in this church, in this area, because as you can see, this is one of my youth conferences, you know, hundreds and hundreds of young people attended this, and we talked about knife crime. We talked about opportunities. We talked about what else can be done in our communities for our young people. So we're talking about Lewisham Youth Conference provided 25 young people with work experience in organizing the event. My Momentum Youth Conference, which was based at Fairfields Halls, helped 40 young people get into work experience. Yeah? Holiday programs, I've talked about that as well. All of my holiday programs had young people working with my young people delivering activities. And I said, we've done that for over 12 years, running holiday programs. Next slide, please. So how can you get involved? And I'm talking to all of you young people. And there'll be some of the older people as well who maybe want to get involved, yeah? So you're welcome to compete work experience at the Croydon BME Forum. Sorry, I'm only in Croydon at the moment, and we are spending, but we're not spending out this side at present, yeah? We want to hear your skills. We want to share with you. We've got programs such as our sickle cell project, which is about to start. Sickle cell is major in our black community. Yeah, it's one of the biggest killers, one of our biggest sicknesses. We're doing a lot of stuff around neurodiversity. Yeah, there's a lot of our young children, again, being excluded from school, and we don't know why. Yeah, and it's not because they're bad, it's just because they've got a different way of learning. So we're doing a major project on neurodiversity and youth mental health. We're doing a mental health conference in the end of April at my building in Croydon, and I'd love to invite all of you guys down. Have your voices heard, join a steering group with key issues, as I said, as in neurodiversity and health and inclusion and school, etc., etc. And I think it's the last page as well. So these are my details. So young people, take my details. Yeah? Take my details. Reach out to me. More than happy to get involved. If you're happy to come down to Croydon, I'll look after you guys. I'll give you we've got some nice chicken places in Croydon, right? Yeah, we've got some nice croissants. We've got some nice places where we can do. And just going back, all the way back to my beginning now, one of the reasons why I started this is because I was that young person, yeah? I was a young person who didn't have it, yeah? I left school with 1 GCSE, yeah? 1 GCSE, and that was in art, and I can't even draw, yeah? 1 GCSE, yeah? I will still manage to be able to get and to do what I have done. Thank God. Yeah, make sure God is in all your lives. And if you're in this building, I'm pretty sure, yeah? Thank God. If you're a young man, make sure you get a good woman, yeah? And a good praying woman. Not just any woman. It has to be a praying woman that will pray for you. Because when you go out, you need a good praying woman to cover you. And of course, the young ladies, make sure you get a good praying man as well. Okay, let's not forget our ladies. Last and not least, the same young man that couldn't read, couldn't write, had to go to speech therapy, yeah? Used to go to school with holes in his shoes. This is stuff you don't know, Auntie Miriam and Mummy Dorcas and all that, yeah? Is the same man that was able to go and speak in front of thousands of people, yeah? Managed to go and sit around a table with the Mayor of London and all of these lovely people, yeah, do all of this, yeah, running an organization with a turnover now of £1.5 million, yeah? So that same young boy that didn't have the opportunities, I've managed to do all of this. And I believe that if I can do it, so can you guys as well. Yeah? All right? Some of you guys have maybe got more opportunities than I had. Yeah? I'm telling you, when I think about how I had to grow up, I thank God. Yeah? I thank God. Yeah? So I pray for you young men and for you young ladies as well, that you grab the opportunity from all of our speakers today and from hopefully joining the organization with Stella as well. That's my few final words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Surely we can do better than that. Oh, put your hands together. That was so remarkable. Turn to your neighbor and say, you can do it too. And the one in front of you and behind you, they feel left out. Tell them, you shall also do too. Say, yes, we can. Oh, a bit louder. Say, yes, we can. Oh, I can't hear you guys up here. Fam, open your mouth. What do we say? Yes. Oh, they're going quiet. Yes, we can. That's good. It makes you believe it. You know, one of the things I believe that's so powerful psychologically is when you place your hand on your chest and say it. It makes you just resonate. It has an impact, indelible impact in your life. So when we ask call and response, say it with your hand on your chest and repeat it with belief and faith. Put your hands together. So, just moving on swiftly. Our next speaker, a wonderful man of God, one who's rallied masses, rallied churches, and he's none other than Bishop Francis Sapon. But I want to say a couple of things first. Just prepare our minds and our hearts ready for him to speak to us. And get your notebooks ready, get your questions ready. Bishop Francis Sapon is an esteemed leader of the Calvary Charismatic group of churches. And I just want to say that he's a real servant of leadership and spiritual stewardship, but a legacy that will continue to inspire generations to come. And we have the new generation or the next generation in this room. Now, his dedication for youth empowerment is remarkable. It really is. He embraces the youth. He travels with the youth. He mixes with the youth. He feels them. And there's so much he does. But let me stand to the side. Let him tell him yourself and hear it from him. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bishop Francis Sapon. Oh, put your hands together, please. Put your hands together, please.
I think I was standing here. As a pastor, I was going to say, let's pray. We are used to that. But I want to say thank you to the organizers of this meeting and the apostle of the house. Let's appreciate him. And also Auntie Stella. Let's put our hands together for her. And to all the organizers and also to the speakers. And I enjoy your speaking very much. Well, I've been given 20 minutes to talk, and pastors like talking, so 20 minutes is like my introduction. But I prepared something just to say something a little about myself. I've been in this country, I'm 60 plus, and I've been here for 40 years. So which means when I came here, I was like some of your age, 20-something. And I came into the Baptist seminary in Spurgeon's College. That's where I studied and became one of the Baptist pastors and working with Trinity Baptists before. Before I came, I was the Baptist youth president for the Ghana Baptist Convention. For my first entrance to the UK was 1980-something. Look at you and say, you were not even an embryo. In Glasgow, I represented the whole Ghana Baptist Convention as the youth president. So the youth has been at my heart. And one of the things that I've grown to understand is that once you are youth in heart, forever you'll be a youth person. Over the past years, since this gun crime and knife crime started, myself and Frimpong Manso, as I said in one of were the main ones that the police will contact when somebody is dead. And I can tell you that we've buried over 200 blacks, young ones, buried.
In fact, earlier on, we used to have a kind of a demonstration on the streets anytime we're going to bury somebody. And I told from Pomanso that let's stop this demonstration and address the issue. Amen? I'm a pastor, so if I say amen, don't forgive me. I said, instead of running through the street and demonstrating for everybody to see, probably we have to address the issue, find out why these things are happening. And the COVID stopped it a little bit, but after COVID, it's shooting up. Young ones are being killed. The media is not reporting it as much, so you think it's gone down, but it's not. Even I was speaking to Archbishop from Pomanso yesterday, and he was telling me that another young black 17-year-old got killed, isn't it? Yeah. So every week, and that is too much. That is too much. To have a 14-year-old killed, to have a 17-year-old killed, and it's continuing, it's too much. And I applaud those who have put this together, where every one of us will come together and address it. I'm just giving some points. I'm not sure whether I'll stay for the questioning. So if you have any question, ask me. I've written youth safety. Do you have my slide? Yeah. Reasons and proposed solutions. There's a quote by William Clinton. There is nothing more precious to a parent than a child, and nothing more important to a future than the safety of all our children. I'm a father of 7 in my house now. Whenever they are going out, I'm thinking, are they safe? Whenever they tell me we're going to party, I'm thinking, are they safe? There was a time my daughter went out. Within 30 minutes, they were all rushed home. And they didn't tell me anything. You know, young people, not knowing somebody has been shot at the place, so they all rush back. And they know that if they tell me this is what has happened, I'll say, you are not going to any party again. So they didn't tell me. I found out later. So that goes with this. When our children are going out, are they safe? When our children are going to school, are they safe? My house is opposite a school, and 2 years ago, just in front of the school, they killed another black child on students. So our heart is in our heart when these things are happening. As a pastor, I have a verse in Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 1. Remember your Creator in the days of your youth, before the difficult days come and the years draw near when you say, I have no pleasure in them. To the young ones who are here, I believe that the best thing for you is to know God. Yeah. I'm a pastor. I'm a legal person. I have masters in human rights. I'm also a philosopher. And I always say, in arguing with one philosopher who doesn't believe in God, I said that if even there is no heaven, Christianity to me provide me with a basis to live. Amen? Yeah. It gives me boundaries. It gives me not to kill. You understand? If our children understand that thou shalt not kill, because I have walked around the East London, and mostly I walk from the house to the church, 16 kilometers, mostly. And when I dress up, you won't see it's me. I have seen a lot on the street. When these young ones are fighting, the person in front of them is like they want to kill the person. Some of the things they want to do, I have seen 7 knives brought up just stabbing and killing somebody. And they have no value for the person in front of them. There has been 1 or 2 times that I've broken a fight. And that one, I think it was the grace of God. Just the fatherly instinct. I just came on the scene, and they all thought probably I was the police or something, and they ran away. Because sometimes you could be the next victim. But if you take God, if you remember God, you will know that a human being is an image of God, and you will not kill that person before the evil days. So I entreat you to have him go to church. Join the young people in the church. If you are able to do that, that will help you to stay away from a lot of crimes. Now, I'm talking about 3 things to address this. The first, to solve this problem, is what I call parenting. Everybody say parenting. I'm also a teacher, so respond. Yeah. Now, we always say that charity begins at home, isn't it? Yeah. If we have killers out there, where are they coming from? From the home. If we have killers out there, then they're coming from the home. We spend more time with them. We are the ones incubating them. So if we're going to solve this problem, that's what I told Archbishop from Pomanso. Let's get the adults together and say, hey, what's happening? Now, most of these things, when it started, now it's national, but when it started, if you have 10 young ones killed, 8.5 are blacks. Yeah. And I said, it's our community that has the problem. And what's happening in our houses? How are we bringing these young ones out? The current situation in the house. What is happening in the house that we are producing monsters on the road? Because most of the time when I'm walking around and I see these young people, some of them, they are so quiet, but outside they are terrorists. What's happening in the house? The second thing I wrote here is, the parents, what do we know? Do we know our kids? Most of the time when I'm with the police and they give me information about how when there's a crime, we go to the police and they will give you that this boy, and they will give you a resume of that 17-year-old. But when you ask the parents, like, my child is an angel. That's not my child. Every parent thinks their children are angels, but they could be terrorists outside. What do you know as a parent? Know your child. We don't know our children, so when they are going out, we don't know anything. There was a time that there was something on YouTube. A child was going out, and the father found out that he was going out with a knife and said, what are you going out with? What are you going to do with it? The friends have called him that there's an altercation here, so come with the knife. And he was going with the knife. And the parent didn't know. And when they started asking him, it became like a fight. And this is a 16-year-old boy. It's like, I'll go. The father said, you will not go. Now, how did it develop into that? These young ones sitting here, you don't know them. They are your children, but you don't know them. As black parents, we normally ignore our children and concentrate on our work. I go out dinner with my kids every Monday. And I ask them, invite your friends. And we go out, I say, choose the restaurant. Whether it's McDonald's, whether it's Burger King, whether it's Nando's, whether it's Turkish restaurant, every Monday. Why? Because you need to know them. Most of us as parents don't know our children because we don't even sit down to eat together. You don't talk to them. So we don't know them. When they are growing into monsters, you don't know that the little baby has become a monster outside. So know them. What are the parents doing to address the situation? If I'm a parent and I know that I have a difficult child, what do I do? A lot of parents here know that their kids are bad, but they've not called this man. They've not talked to the pastor. They've not talked to the social worker. Look, if even as a parent, I go to the police and say, look, I have this 14-year-old. I suspect this. The police will respect you. They won't come and arrest, but they will help you. The police are not there to incarcerate all of us. As a parent, what are you doing about the situation? Even as a pastor, there has been times that I have seen something about some children or some parents have confronted the parents and they become angry that you are saying their children are bad. So parents, let's make sure if we are producing monsters outside, they are coming from our house. Somebody say amen to that. Number 2 is what I call policing. Policing, when I came here, you call the police, they are there. Now you call them, they are not there. And what I've written here is that number 1, policing must be proactive. Proactiveness is trying to solve the problem before it happened. Now, the police know whatever is happening in the society. The police know that these boys are bad boys. Now, the little interaction I've had with the police, if it's Forest Gate, they know every bad boy in this area. They have the list. So young ones, when you are roaming around, don't think that the police don't. They know. Sometimes when they arrest one of your friends, they ask the friend, you are going in for 2 years. If you give us 5 names, it will be 1 year. So all your names are there. But with those names, what are they doing with it? They're just sitting there. And most of the time, the police sit there, and sometimes when somebody comes, is there any policeman here? So that he doesn't arrest me before I finish. I had a break-in, and they came and they took all whatever. And I said, so what are you going to do? He said, we're not going to do anything. We're going to sit there when something comes up. That is not proactiveness. You understand? You have a database. You can put them in. You can. So the policing in our society has broken down. That is why we are having these things. They know some of these boys. They know some of these crimes. They know the hotspots. When we've been in East London for 30 years, 20 years ago, I was part of the community policing. We used to go out in the night, like 2. The police used to take us around, and they used to point out all the hotspots. They know where there will be a dead body at the end of the day. They know. They used to point out all the hotspots, and I used to tell them, so what are you doing about it? You know all this. So the police has to be proactive. The next thing I've written is preventive. They need to put in preventive measures. We used to say prevention is better than what? Cure. But I think our policing nowadays, because of probably the cuts, they don't have the resources to prevent these things from happening. But if we will have the police force that will be there to prevent, that will help. I had an incident where one young boy was arrested, and I was part of the case. And I asked them to tell me what happened. And the police said they had information that these guys were going to do this. So they went and sat in front of the gate of that boy's house. And immediately he came out and sat on his bike. They chased him. When they chased him, there were 2. They found a gun and a knife. That is what I call better police work. Because these guys were just going to be killed and be killed. Because they were going with a knife and a gun. They're going to be killed or to kill or be killed. That's what I call good policing work. If we have a lot of that, that will help. And the next thing I have there is what I call be persuasive. You see, the police must be friends of the young ones. The police must be people who will be able to sit down with the young ones, not that you only come to them when there's a crime. The reason why most of the young ones resent the police is that anytime they come to you, either they're going to arrest you or they suspect you doing something. But if they're going to be persuasive, you go and sit down with them. I remember when we went to Poplar first, they were always breaking into our cars and doing the young ones. And I decided I'll use a different method. So I wouldn't dress like a pastor. I'll dress like an ordinary person going to church. And when I see them, when we are having church, they are breaking. And I say, hey, guy. They were Asian guys. I said, get 10 pounds. He said, really? I said, oh, yeah, get it. You two get 10 pounds. He said, really? I said, yeah. I said, for what? I said, no, just take it. And they said, okay, show us your car so that we won't break it. And I said to them, look, all these cars are my cars. I'm the pastor here. So all these cars. And you know, from that day up to today, no breaking. Just trying to engage with them. Sometimes these young ones are just bored. Sometimes they think everybody's against them. If the police can sit them together and see 5 young guys, say, hey guys, let's go to McDonald's. I'm going to buy it for you. Sit there and eat. Be persuasive. Let them be your friend, and you will see that you'll be able to get to them. The last but not the least is what I call policies. Somebody say policies. Implementing deterrent sentences. Where I come from, if you kill somebody, come from Ghana. If you kill somebody, I mean, there was a criminal, a very hard criminal. He himself said that if you go to this prison and you come back and you want to go again, then you yourself, you don't know what crime is. Yeah. Our sentencing, they are not deterrent. Yeah. I was going to one boy's sentence, and he knew he was going to be sentenced, and he was going to jail that day. He was going with PlayStation and all of them. Now, in Sawan prison, there's no place for PlayStation there. You understand? That's what we call incarceration. Alcatraz. Our sentencing are not deterrent. So these guys are not afraid. Yeah. They are not afraid. They can kill somebody and go in and be pampered and come back. So they take the life of people just like that. But try and kill somebody in my country and you won't come back. Somebody say amen to that. Encouraging good social policies. When we came here, we had YMCA, we had all those. Nowadays, the kids have nowhere to go. There's no social policies. That's why I admire what you are doing. We need 100 people doing what you are doing. Yeah. We need 100 people. Look at the number of young people. Beginning of the year, I took, that will be in the church, I took about 100 young people away for 3 days. If we have people doing that, not only in Croydon, in Poplar, in Stratford, everywhere, that is where we mentor these young ones. Last, empowering community groups, churches, and charities. We are a church doing this. If we are able to empower all of them, because it's a bigger problem that cannot be solved by only one agency. So if all these community groups, churches, and charities are empowered, London will be, or UK, or the world will be a better place. God bless you.
Thank you, Bishop.
This is because of the time we have. If you have any questions, have we got any questions? If you had wrote any questions or any comments on the flashcards, show it, and then you go anybody? Bishop, take a couple of questions. We're going to have a break, a comfort break, catch up on maybe a couple of messages, have a cup of tea, biscuits, wherever, cake, enjoy yourself, and then we'll come back literally in 10 minutes, and then we can kick off with a speaker, and tighten your seatbelts, who said something in a meeting we had recently, and that's still with me. I'm still remembering what the speaker said. Very touching, so don't miss that part. Immediately after the break, let's come quickly, because she's going to say some things that will touch a lot of the parents, a lot of you kids. It's called what we call a lived experience. So let us take a brief break and then a coffee break. Otherwise, any questions, any comments with Bishop? Because he's probably not going to be on the next session. So please, if you got anything, as we break, please feel, oh, okay, we've got one here. Thank you, Norissa. She's through there. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so
big thank you to the panel for putting the occasion together. And Bishop, I'd like to say that, you know, your comments were very transparent and addressed a lot of uncomfortable truths that we as parents and we as a community need to brace ourselves and deal with. You know, it's very uncomfortable to know, as you said, that, you know, perhaps we are breeding monsters, you know, or we're breeding us children as we are not expecting. Yeah, but we need to be honest and we need to be transparent. So thank you very much for that.
So we've got another couple and then we'll go quickly for the break. If you can break out and go and have a coffee or tea or water or a snack, if you feel free to do so.
Thank you, Bishop, for your advice for the parents. Something happens at Tottenham early in the morning, 7 a.m. The police arrested children, 9 years, 11 years, 13. The oldest one was 13. They were selling drugs at that morning. And I asked myself, where are the parents? The mother will go out maybe early in the morning, 5, whilst the child was asleep. And they will come back home whilst the children are asleep as well. They don't know what they did when they went out and they came in. So, it's we parents, we have to get time for our children, the kids out there. For a 9-year-old to go out there early in the morning, go and sell a drug, where are the parents? We thank you for your advice.
Thank you, Bishop. Any other questions? Or final one? We'll take from Veronica, last one, and then we'll break up for the...
Thank you, Pastor. I really enjoyed your preaching. Lovely. I was a single parent in growing up in Newham. I didn't have a husband, but I had 2 children. And what I used to do on my own, and I think I've done a good job with my children, I hope so anyway, my children never know when I used to be a policewoman, but I was with my children. They never know when I would be searching them. I would stand by the door in a day in the week, and I would put my hand up like that. And once I'd done that, I would strip you down. I look in your shoes, I look every part of your body, your back, everywhere, your coat, and search you. And one time I found a car in my son's bag, and I asked him, where did you get that from? He says, my friend gave it to him. I said, does your friend work? He said, no. I said, you take that back to the school, to whoever concerned. Otherwise, you will get a big beating from me. And trust me, my children didn't like beating. And they didn't like my eyes up to now. So I think parents putting their bits in would help a lot. And it would save your children. Because many children go with knife now. And it's so sad. I've seen so much in Newham that sometimes I couldn't sleep. I've seen knife crime right in front of me, where I had to enter 15 boys fighting with one boy, 1 white boy and 15 black boys. I had to enter into the midst of that and start praying because they had a knife, 1 knife to kill this boy. By the time I enter in the middle of them, I had no fear because I thought, if this boy died, maybe I could do something. I started praying, interceding, and asking the Lord to let that knife disappear. The knife went. No one knew. I didn't even know where the knife went. And they were searching. By the time they were searching, the boy entered into a house. The white boy entered into a house, and many people came out to try to help him. The black boys broke all the double glazing of that house. I couldn't sleep for how many days. I'm coming to church, and I'm trembling for what I saw. And I've seen many of this in Newham. I thank God, in the end, I went and asked what happened to the boy the next day. But the ambulance came, and also the plane came and picked up this boy. And luckily, he was alive. And another one staff 15 times was bringing my back, telling me the case. It's so sad with our black children. I cry sometimes when I look at the news. I cry, even though I don't know the children. So please, mothers, let's do our part, and our fathers, let's do our part. They're never too young to help them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Narissa, have we got any of you guys want to say anything? Okay, I think we've got just one here. Feel free, by the way, to go up and have a snack while we're sitting, and there's any questions, don't let it stop you from going there. And if you've got any questions written down, maybe you don't want to speak, you don't want to talk in front of us, hand it over to any of us, and we'll be happy to ask the questions on your behalf. Yes, of course. Thank you.
As what Reverend said, it happened to my son. He was in year 7 coming out from school in the around 3:30. They robbed him his phone. The police went in to check the CCTV. They came to my house, did the interview, everything. And the sad bit that I don't have confidence in policing is when they were bringing the report, instead of come and see me and my son, they put it in a post. And they left.
Mm.
And then in the letter, they said, no evidence. No evidence. So as a parent, I need to protect my son. Every time when he's going to school, I pray with him. I said, please, don't pass there again.
Before he goes to school, you do what?
I pray.
You do what?
I pray.
Thank you. Put your hands to her for Mom. Thank you.
And I always tell him to go through the main road, don't go through any alleyway. Because I'm scared. And when you come home, tell me that you lock the door and you are in there. Then I will be okay.
Good.
It's hard to trust police. You came in to do the interview, fine.
Yeah.
When you come in and no evidence, come and talk to me as a parent.
Okay.
And then reassure the boy what to do next. So please, let's keep an eye.
Okay.
And then policing our own self and our children.
Thank you so much for that. That's a great, and thanks for being open and honest and open about that. Thank you, Bishop, for provoking the questions. It was your insight. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much, Bishop. You just mentioned something about having some form of training for the parents. I think this is very much needed. A lot of the parents, I don't think they know exactly what's going on. But if we give them training and insights, example, how to protect our children, what to do with our children, how to know the monster that we're bringing up, I think that would be very, very helpful. That is something that I've never thought about, and it's something that we really need to look into to help the parents as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to round up on that, I'll let maybe a couple more people say something. And I want to talk about Croydon. Croydon are way ahead, and which is what we want to do with East London, North London, West London, and collaboratively, we can move forward. But we need to see the touch with the police and the Croydon community and pastors are doing so well. And sometimes it's the pastors or the community that let the police know way before even their detectives are at the house because of the partnership that they've got. And it's our vision that we try and work in partnership with the police. They're going to speak briefly and tell us what's happening and what they're doing in the Newham Borough and across London. So there is a place, and we'll be sharing that. But the training is a very good start. It really, really is. So we really appreciate it. Now, we've got a lot more coming as well. Oh, yes. So please, any questions on the notepads as well, please write some questions because you probably don't want to speak. We got one question from Pastor Joe. Pastor Joseph Appiah. Joseph Appiah, he's a youth pastor for the Destiny Apostolic Church International here. Thank you.
Before I proceed, Bishop, I would like you to make clarification on this. Is it that, for instance, if we get to know that a child of ours is probably, or let's say, is playing the truancy, is it that you report them to the police so that the police will start handling them, or what? Because I want to contribute, but I want clarification on that, please.
Just as Stella said, you start from the known to the unknown. Start to know your kids. Now, you know that, in fact, the parenting, if I go back, let's stay with the black community. Back home, or most of us who are here who have given birth to these young ones, a lot of us were brought up in the Caribbean or the black. Over there, every community member is a policeman to your children.
Of course.
You understand?
Yeah.
Every community member, I mean, you'll be beaten on the street by an auntie who just knows you.
Exactly.
And you beg the auntie, don't tell my mommy, because you have double beating there. So we had that oversight. Yeah. Over here is each one for himself, God for us all. Now, you can have a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old who will never listen to you. You know what he is doing. You know all those things. Now, what is better? Alerting a social worker or a police officer that, look, this is what I suspect my child is in. How can you help me? It's different, because it's better for me to bring out my 17-year-old for him to be dealt with rather than for him to die or to kill somebody. Because if that boy who is like this one that I was talking about was on the internet, and this 17-year-old was almost fighting the father that I'll go with a knife. The father said, you won't go. Such a boy, you can't control him. But it's better for me to alert the authorities who have what it takes, or even to alert this man who is handling young people that this is the child. If you don't trust the police, somebody like him, a good mentor, that I suspect my child is dealing in drugs. I suspect my child is carrying out now. I suspect that. How can you help? It's better for him to be helped than for him to kill somebody. Because if you kill somebody, you have killed that person, but you to your life, you're going to rot in jail and you will lose your child. So that's what I'm saying. When they are 12, 11, you can deal with them. But when they are 15, 16, some of them might not listen to you and will just give up. And then by the next time, we hear that they've killed somebody.
Thank you. So therefore, I would like to add that I believe that parenting these children is doable. Because what I've noticed is that some of us, we tend to work too much. But it's all about collaboration. If you collaborate with your partner properly, you see whose income is higher and can cover the bills. Listen, one should stay so that at least the children can have a good eye on them. Because most often you see the two of us living home. And I believe this is why most people don't know their children. This is one of the reasons why most of us don't know our children. So I will encourage us as parents to at least have schedules that one will always be at home, or the other have schedules so that you can be at home with your children all the time, so that we don't end up breeding these, like Bishop said, monsters. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Joe, he's our youth pastor in this church. Thank you for that. And Bishop, thank you for provoking these questions. We're going to carry on. We're going to move on. Please put your questions. We'll have one answer. I'll answer that. We'll have one more comment, and then we'll carry on with the next speaker, and then we can move on for that. Okay. Let's listen to her, and then after her, I'll invite the next speaker, and we can move on. In the meantime, please, you feel free to visit the coffee table. Thanks.
We are talking about the children. I remember I was a chef in my daycare center. I was there when they called me, 7 boys from Cumberland School. They are in police station plus to stay. The parents should come there. So when I went there, my son was among. And I believe my son at home, that he will never even bring a friend to the house. But if you go out, she acts different. So they lock every parent with the son in the cell to talk to your son. And when we read that, they put this criminal, this number here, they take picture, here, they take picture. Not knowing they went to the Plasto Park to pray, and the girl got a wound, and the father put a raping for the boys. So they said we should go for a lawyer. She was 13. So I went for a lawyer. I was crying in the police station. And the lady said, don't worry, go and take a lawyer. So we 7, we take a lawyer, and we went to Stratford Court. And they asked everyone, guilty or not guilty, guilty or not. My son said, guilty. They said, why? He said the girl is not raping, but the girl got a wound in his arm. And the judge said, if you people are 16, they will take you to cell. They will send them to prison. So I called my pastor, and we started praying, crying. So a friend of my friend showed me one church they open UCKG at 7 o'clock. I will go there with my son 7 o'clock and pray before I go to work, and he will go to school. So the same later they find us £200. And I cry. I advise my son that, see me, I'm a single parent. I want to brought you up. We always cry together. He said, Mommy, I will change. One day, I think they went to evangelize pamphlets in the city, and he went to knock a door to give. And he asked the man, how do you come that you are living here? The man said, go to school. So that white man took my son to university and take care of him. Later, he gave him a job. And my son started helping the youth because of his experience. And later, when the youth, he started helping the youth, and the man got a job for my son. So one day I was there, he said, they need me in 10 Downing Street. I said, what for? He said, Theresa May said I should come there, bring my passport. So when he went there, they encouraged him what he's doing. Now my son used to go to prisons, for the youth prison, to advise them through his experience, to advise them. And now he wrote a book, the book called Knock the Door, and the door will be open. And I thank God that he's doing well in his life. So we should advise the children and put them into a prayer group. And I thank my pastor. I cry. He will call me to come 7 sisters, and he will pray with me and give me advice to give it to my son. And I will never forget. So we should help our children in prayers. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We've got some other speakers. We're going to have a workshop. You're going to have the opportunity to sit in the group and then ask questions, and you have a bit more insight. But without further ado, I want to invite to speak to us briefly about her experiences, family experience. So parents, this area is very, very sensitive, very impactful, is very moving. And as I invite her, she is the person of, she's actually MBE, the CEO of Godwin Lawson Foundation, none other than Yvonne Lawson, CBE. Oh, keep on putting your hands together. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you. Two.
Oh, right, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to Bishop. Thank you, Apostle. Thank you, Andrew Brown. Yeah. And Stella, my husband, for this very, very important event. I think the fact that you've been able to facilitate it in a church is very humbling indeed. We're coming from a very sad place, a very, very sad story. And I think it will be hard for me to move on without talking to you about the background as to why I'm standing here having this conversation. So 12 years ago, it's 12 years ago, yeah, 2010, 14, coming up to 14 years, yeah. We had a son. I don't know, my husband, do you want to come up? I think he's probably, because it's both of us, yeah. So we had Godwin. We lived in Stamford Hill at the time. Craven Park Road, very lively road. Godwin was born in Stamford Hill, went to local St. Ignatius Primary, and he was just like you guys. Very active, very friendly, into lots of sports. He was very athletic. He loved playing football. How many of you like playing football? So that's, yeah. So he loved playing football, and he had lots of friends. Now and again, we will hear about knife crime. And as a mum and as a dad, we will just pause for a moment. We'll feel sorry for the victims, and life just went on. You just feel sorry for them. Oh, I feel sorry for that mum. I feel sorry for that dad. I feel sorry for the friends. And you will just move on with life. I used to work in a primary school at the time, very busy job. Dad was also working, and you just move on. Never in a million years would you think that one day there will be a knock at your door and they will break the news to you that you've lost your son. You wouldn't even think about it. It's never ever going to come to your doorstep. But it did came to our doorstep. So when Godwin was 17, to cut a long story short, because I know we haven't got time, he was offered a football scholarship to play football at Oxford United. So Godwin went to live in Oxford. He would often come to Stamford Hill to see friends and family, and that was really rewarding. You know, he loved playing football, and also he loved, he wanted to be with his friends. Very normal. He came to London, went to see his friends. A fight broke up, and as Godwin stepped in to stop the fight, he suffered one stab wound, and that was it. He died straight away. Within 2 minutes, he died. So there was a knock on that door, and there were 3 police officers, and I think it's every parent's worst nightmare. You don't want to have that door. You don't want them to knock on your door to tell you that your child has taken their last breath on the streets of London. And that's what happened. So we lost Godwin as he stepped in to stop a fight. And I just want to use this opportunity to thank, because I don't think we will be still here without the support we had. I mean, Bishop, I didn't know you at the time. I remember you coming to our house. I remember not you just coming to visit, but you had money in an envelope. And you offered us that money. And I haven't seen you since. We want to say thank you. Not only did you help financially, you and Bishop Frimpong Manso, you also came to that march. And I know I was blind at the time, but I'm looking at pictures and I know that you were there. So supporting each other when a parent is going through this crisis, holding their hands and just being there is so, so important. Because that's the only thing that's going to lift them up. When you are going through that journey, it's a lonely journey. It's a painful journey. Because you carry your child for 9 months. That child becomes your hope and your dream and your life. And suddenly, when that's taken away from you, that kind of just robbed away from you, it leaves you with just pain. And because in the church, I think we need to say this, that the issue that we're going through with knife crime is spiritual. It's not just physical. We are fighting a spiritual battle. So I think prayers and the churches coming together is the key. And we were told in a church that Godwin was going to die. We were not Christians at the time. We used to go to Catholic church. Didn't really believe in prophecy. So when the pastor actually called our son and said, whose son is this? Me and my husband stood up, and the pastor said, I can see that this child is going to be a great footballer. He wasn't even playing football at the time. However, I can see that his name has been written on a coffin. And I can see that he's been stabbed to death. He was 14 at the time. And then when he was 17, everything that the pastor, the prophet said, came to life. So I think if we had known better, and if we had prayed, or if we had held hands, or if we had done what that lady, that mother, was doing every morning, just praying over a child before they leave the house, I'm sure maybe we would have been singing a different story now. So that's our background. But God is seeing us through. It's not been an easy journey. It's been very patchy. It's been very painful. But God has been great. Thank you.
Praise God. Thank you, Stella, and thank you all the panel. Great to see you all today. Me and Bishop, we grew up in the same area. So I know Bishop for years and years. And I'm happy to see all the panel here today. And one of my old friends, Nash, I'm just seeing him over 15, 20 years. It's good to be here. All that we've been talking about is great. You know, I am very happy to see a lot of people here this Saturday. But when it comes to our community, if it was to do with a funeral or any celebration, the whole place will be roadblock. The whole place will be roadblock. Africans, Ghanaians, I can say, we can do better in these knife crime issues. If it hasn't happened to you, it's like it will never happen to you. And nobody wishes that to happen to any family, but it can happen to anyone. It can happen. Now, most of the children are even afraid to even go out. Some of them are even afraid to go out. They are not very comfortable. And I always pray that the families will do more. I mean, we live in a society where it does not help parents. We all know that. Society doesn't help parents. Nobody is saying that we have to abuse our children or let our children be afraid of us. But there are gaps that society does not help parents. And that is something that I pray that with time, all these things will change. Because when we lost Godwin 14 years back, you hardly hear any knife crime. Today, every day, every second, you hearing, it's like now people don't even care anymore about it. But if you are going to lose a daughter or a son, or even a relative, then you know how this thing is. And Bishop mentioned earlier on about the law. You know, we all understand the law is lenient, but why do our children want to kill one another? Why? Why do they want to kill each other? I've stopped the fight before, as Bishop said, in Wood Green. I didn't even care what was going to happen. We live in a society, everybody's thinking just about yourself. I'm not saying go and try and stop a fight when you know you can't handle it. For me, I can handle it if there are even 10 boys. I don't even care. Why? Because of what has happened to my son. But sometimes people will see arguments even going on, and they will just even walk past. All these things help. We are dealing with a case where the contribution is more than what we even doing, I can say. Everybody has to contribute in a part, and 100%, not just 5%, 10%, because a time is going to come, if there are no youths, where is the future? So, most people have said wonderful things: prayer, policing, parenting, how we have to watch our children and everything. By the end of the day, we leave most of our thing with God, and we have to try and bring our children to the church. Because Bishop said something that really moved me. He said, well, even if we are not even going to heaven, Christianity have taught us a lot of good things in our lives. So thank you, everybody, for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Lawson. Now I'm just going to quickly go on to my PowerPoint and what we've been doing. So since we lost Godwin, we've also set up Godwin Lawson Foundation. We do lots of mentoring. We work with teachers. We actually inside the school, and we get teachers to identify those young people that are likely to be at risk, and we do lots of mentoring. We also support parents. We've set up a parenting peer-to-peer support because it is hard being a parent in these days. Parents need lots of empowerment and lots of skills. So let's go to the PowerPoint. It's every parent's desire and dream for their parent to achieve, reach their fullest potential, and have a fulfilled and healthier life. Unfortunately, we know serious youth violence is impacting on our children's lives and our communities. Far too many children end up as being victims and perpetrators of knife crime. And many parents, just like us, are very concerned about this issue. The person that really murdered our child was also from Ghana. And that child was also a child. Makes it very, very difficult. So there are many, many forms of violence. There's violence for yourself. Some people commit violence on themselves, family, and the wider community. So sometimes that's where it starts. People commit violence on themselves. It could be mental health issues. And then violence within the family. There's lots and lots of violence within the families. And then when our young people observe those in the families, it tends to perpetuate. It takes it to the outside. So that when there's violence inside your home and that a young person is observing it, that young person is going to take that violence into the community. And I know that because my background is in teaching, and I could see sometimes those young people that would say, "Can I have that, please?" As to those young people that would just grab and hit somebody, you could tell they haven't just been nurtured with the skills. And I just want to say all these different forms of violence, they are very interrelated. How? How are they interrelated? Next slide, please. So we've got as I said, we've got the family and then we've got the community violence. So we've got child abuse. If a child is being abused, the chances that the child can, take that violence into the community is really, really high. We've got domestic violence, which is really evident in our churches. And I think the pastors and the apostles, when there is domestic violence in the family, I think it needs to be dealt with and supports needs to be in place. Especially if the mother is going through domestic violence, that's going to impact on that child. And that child is then going to take it out. So sometimes when people ask, why is it that our children, black children, so I've been asked that question. What is it that is getting serious youth violence to be more prevalent in the black community? Is these searches that we need to start questioning ourselves. So drugs and alcohol, honor killing, bullying, vandalism, riots, sex crime, gang, it's all interrelated. So when we're talking about knife crime, it's not in isolation to all these violence. It's not in isolation. So I just wanted to say that it is all interrelated. Next one. So domestic violence, as I've just explained, and child abuse, all start from the house, and then it can go into the community. Next slide, please. So I've just given lots of examples about even drugs and alcohol, because they've done evidence. They've done evidence to show that young people that have, tasted drugs or have misuse of drugs and alcohol, have had lots of abuse, have got the high chances of being victims and perpetrators of knife crime. So we're trying to look at the root causes. So I think we're not going to have any answers if we're just going to brush over what the root causes are. And these are the root causes of why we are experiencing what we're experiencing. And I think unless we tackle the roots, if we're only tackling the surface, we're not going to get very far. So for example, if you've got a plant and that plant is dying, you're not just going to water the leaves. You're going to go on the roots and look at the issues. So I think, what we need to do is start addressing the root causes. What is it that is making these young people behave? Other reasons. Next slide, please. So, just talking about evidence that is suggesting that violence can be intergenerational as well. So it can, move from one generation, and then if it's not sorted out, it goes to the next generation. So if a mother is having difficulties and they have a child and you don't deal with that issue, that violence is going to go to that next child. And then if no support is given, that child is then going to have children, and then it goes on. So that's why, as a black and ethnic minority, we are having these intergenerational issues. It's going from one generation to the other, because we're not looking at the issue causes. So we know some of the issues, and I think it's been discussed already by our panel. Inadequate parent supervision, that's very, very key. Lack of community cohesion. And that's something that as Ghanaians is so important, because when I go into the mayor's office and when we go into these places and you see the other communities coming together, they've got a Somalian group, they've got like a Turkish group, they've got all these groups that are coming together, and they're coming and they're going to, because they're coming together and they've got a plan, they've got enough evidence to go to the high authorities like the mayor's office, the VRU, and say, look, we're coming together, we've got a plan. We've got this issue that's really affecting our community and we need support. And because they've come together, they are listened to more. And we've got like communities that came well after our Ghanaian community, and they've got a community center. You go and they've got, why haven't we, as Ghanaian, why haven't we got a Ghanaian community center when, parents could go to and seek information, and young people can go to and seek information? There isn't. And that's what these communities are really empowering themselves. They're getting community centers, they're getting the building, they're getting the support, they're getting the resources to help the communities. So I think we need to start thinking on that level as a community. How can we support each other? We know special needs children are more likely to be victims and perpetrators of knife crime. And again, it goes back to education. How can we really empower our parents to know that our children are going through special, they need different style of learning. And if you're not empowered as a parent to go to the teacher and say, my child is not a troubled child. My child have got needs. And you as a teacher and as a school need to look into providing the adequate need to support my child, because that's their responsibility. And we as parents, we need to go and challenge that authority. But the thing is, if you're not empowered, if you haven't got that language, if you don't have the tools, you think what the teacher is telling you is true, and that's what they're doing to our children. What they do is, in the education system, they've got like policies, and these policies doesn't favor our children. And the thing is, when our children are in schools and they're going through these behavior policies, what they do is, but before you realize, they say, oh, it's a school policy, your child hasn't done that, so it's exclusion. That's what they're doing. And that's why most of our children are ending up in PRU. And when you end up being excluded from school and you get into PRU, the chances that you go into prison is very, very high. So I think we need to really empower each other about the education system and how our parents can navigate and have the language and have the resources to challenge the education system. Get in there early. Go and talk to that teacher before it's too late. Go and talk to that head teacher. When they know that you're coming to approach them, they will listen. But when they know that they can actually, that parent is too scared, then they will, enforce all this on you, and before you realize, your child has been excluded. And that is what's happening. You go into the PRU, and my husband works in the PRU doing mentoring. Most of our children are there, and it's sad. You go into the prisons, and it's our children that are in the prisons. It's our generation. It's our future generation. It's our future doctors. It's our future lawyers. They are in prisons. How is that going to empower the black community? Because they've caged them in the prisons. Those girls have been caged in a prison. So it's just, and again, just the list goes on and on. So what kind of characteristics do we need in order to avoid getting involved in different forms of family and community violence? So that, as a parent, when you have these children, there are a few characteristics that, we need to build our children so that they become more resilient to the community. Next slide, please. So it's been proven that children that have got high self-esteem and children that have got those high self-esteem and knowing who they are and knowing what their culture is and knowing what they stand for, they are those children that can really have a successful life in our community. Those children that are self-disciplined. Those children that we are training to be self-disciplined. And young people, thank you. Because you could have been in bed. You could have been on this PlayStation. You could have said that this is too early. I don't want to be here. So this is the self-discipline that we're talking about. So I think we need to give them a big round of applause. So this is the self-discipline that I'm talking about. That although I don't want to go, although I'm tired, I really want to lie in bed, but because I've got self-discipline, I'm just going to get up and I'm going to put my coat on, I'm going to put my shoes on, and I'm going to show up. This is the self-discipline I'm talking about. Thank you. And then also social competence. We know that young people that have got social competence, that can relate to others, that can get on with others, that can have a conversation. So we know from evidence that if children have got high self-esteem, self-discipline, and social competence, please, if you don't take anything from here, just think about these three. If your child have got high self-esteem, if they've got self-discipline, and if they are socially competent, then you know that that child is ready for our community. That child can overcome every barrier that they go through. There will be barriers, there will be challenges, but these children that are really resilient, that have got these skills, can overcome these barriers. When a young person comes to them and tell them to join a gang, because they've got these qualities, they can say no. If a young person come up and say, hold that knife, because they've got these qualities, they will say no. If a young person say, let's go and do shoplifting, because they got these qualities, they can say no and walk away. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah, so, I think it has been proven that, when each person brings respect and trust. I'm talking about the family setting, and support and fairness into the relationship. There is an atmosphere of shared responsibility and accountability. Because what's been proven is power. When there is a huge power over that's exerted on others, sometimes they can be violent. So let us all endeavor to live these positive models of behavior with our children and in our family and in our community. And I've just got this last slide that I just want to really just share with you, because it's really, really important, this last slide, because they've done, yes. So here, this is the last slide, and I'm conscious of time. This is the blocks of success for life. And at the top, you've got violence-free, healthy relationships, healthy lifestyles. That's where we want all our children to be. But before they get there, we need these blocks. So the bottom block is ethnic, cultural, family, and spiritual roots. So we know that children that have got, so it is okay to bring your culture into that child, to bring your ethnic, because some parents, some Ghanaians are even embarrassed to talk, about their language or their culture with their children. We know the Chinese are doing it. We know the Turkish are doing it. All the other cultures are doing it. But why not us? So it's okay. We need to respect our culture. We need to respect our religion. Spiritual roots. We need to bring our children to the churches and talk to them about God. So important. Once that is the basics. If we lose that, if we miss that, then there will be gaps in that child. If we don't get this right, which is the ethnic, cultural, family, and spiritual roots, we've lost it. So when that child is at home with you, talk to them about the country. Talk to them about your stories. Talk to them about how you got here. Talk to them about Ghana. Talk to them about the food, because that's what will bring them to be that confident. And then we talk about the next block is parents and child relationship. And I think our bishops, talked a lot about that. Building that relationship with your children, getting to know them, getting to find out where they are, what they're doing, who they are. Build that relationship with them. Make time to go out with them. Make time. Invest in that relationship building. And then the next block is parent modeling. Don't say one thing and do another. Young people need to see you modeling what you preach. So model that behavior that you want to see in your children. They need you to model that behavior. So if we're not modeling that behavior to our children, and we're telling them to behave in one way and we also behaving in another way, then there is no, it's not in line. So parent teaching, and we talked about relationship, we talked about discipline, which is also needs to be taught to your children. And all these things takes time. You need to invest in that time to talk to your children and to bring that discipline and to teach them about that discipline. And then we talk about childhood characteristics that we've talked about, which is all that characteristics of self-esteem, self-discipline that the children need to have. And hopefully, when we've embedded all that in our children, then we can get to the top and have this violence-free, healthy lifestyle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for it. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. When they accepted the invitation, we were overwhelmed because it's not an easy thing to talk about. You're talking something that happened 14 years ago or so. But you received the MBE for a particular reason. Could you just tell us how you received the MBE and what that was for, please?
So the MBE, which was, we're just an honor for the work we do. So thank you so much. It was just an honor to receive the MBE from the Queen, to acknowledge the work that we do in the community. So we've done lots of campaigning. So we work at different level. So we done lots of campaigns, and we've changed the law about knife crime, that's what I was passionate, because I remember when Bishop came and we were talking, and I sat there, and in my tears, I knew I wanted to be a campaigner. And then I went to bed, and then I had a dream. And then God revealed to us that there's more that's going to come out of Godwin's death. And I remember telling my husband that God said we should set a foundation in Godwin's name.
Thank you.
So the MBE is about the campaign that we've done and all the work that we've done, the changes that we bring in to our community. And I just want to urge everyone here that if God tells you to do something, or if you feel the urge to do something, sometimes it doesn't matter how little that is. Sometimes it's the small steps that can make the huge difference. So we started in Haringey, we started in Enfield, but yet somebody was watching. We went into 10 Downing Street. We had tea with Theresa May. Theresa May came to Enfield to talk to us. And then the Queen, we got an invitation to go to the Buckingham Palace and receive that. And I think that's what it is. If you just put your whole heart into it, that difference will come. But we need to persevere. It's not easy. And the supporting of each other, holding the hands together and working together.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a proper break. We need to exercise our legs. You need to catch up some messages. You're going to have a comfort break. So let's, get up and walk around. But what's important, please approach anyone. Feel free. You've heard someone ask a question, respond, go to them, talk to them, and try questions, please. They're here. They're going to be here every day. So approach them. Parents, you want to speak to any of the speakers, feel free. Get up. But the youth, children, what we have in the workshops coming up next, that's not next, it's one speaker and then we'll have that. That's about where we talk to you and you listen. We listen to you, you make some comments, but that's going to be in groups. Yeah? So just wait for that.
have an hour this week, right?
Yeah.
Great! I can teach you how to play 100 songs on piano in an hour.
No.
Hello? 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 We're aware that you're still eating, so we're going to kick off anyway because of our time. So while you're eating and have some to drink, snack, etc., carry on doing that, but we want you to be at your seats, please, if you can. So those at the back, if they can come in. So we'll just carry on the program. We've got some very exciting stuff coming up, a lot of information, a lot of awareness for the youth and the parents. Really exciting stuff with our workshop coming up as well. So please, can we all take a seat? Can we all humbly take a seat so we can carry on? You can carry on eating or drinking even while you're sitting down, and then we can carry on. Please get those at the back to come in. If we can take our seats, please. Thank you. I'll take this opportunity to firstly thank everyone for your patience and your understanding. I know we kicked off probably quite a bit late, but you've been very patient, you've been very cooperative, you got yourselves involved. We're going to have the second session is going to be a lot about the youth and how we can practically help them, support them, and also support the parents. So be very alert, take some notes. We've also got a feedback form. Any suggestions, any comments you want to make, please apply them on those flashcards. Or any questions you don't want to talk, you just write in a question, hand it over, and we'll be happy to help you answer those questions that you have. At this moment in time, I'm very excited about someone who's coming to our midst, really esteemed, very high-powered in terms of their relationships that they have, the support they bring to society, family, the body of Christ, really an all-encompassing one. But before I introduce, I just want to mention about 2 or 3 unique attributes or traits or differences that they bring to life or to the communities. And she's the founder of the Abnate Ministries, Child in Need Foundation, Daughters in Ministry International, Daughters Ministry International speaker, philanthropist for over 26 years. Over what? 26 years. That's the sort of experience and in-depth. We're privileged to have her come in. She flew in this morning just for this meeting. And after this meeting, she's flying back out. That shows commitment. It shows a passion that she really has for what we're doing. She's also a mother of 5 boys. Oh, put your hands up. 5 boys is going some. She's a proprietor. She's a proprietress of a St. Saul school. So she's got schools, and so she's got a lot that you and I really want to take away. And let us in fact recognize. Shall we receive a big hand clap, please? Round of applause. UN Peace Ambassador and founder of Abnate Ministries. Should we welcome her? Put your hands together. Please welcome her. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, man of God. I'd like to observe every protocol in this place. And I'd like to say hi. Greetings from Ghana. Oh, greetings from Ghana. Yeah, that's a good one. Anyway, this is a bit putting me on the spot. I was enjoying myself so much. And one thing was running in my mind, and I just said, I wish we could have the same thing back home in Ghana.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
The world is a global village. You just have to go on your phone and you're clicked onto other things. And I want to announce, sadly, that what's happening here in our communities, somehow, these things have been repeated back in Ghana. Today we're exposed to knives, we're exposed to guns, we're exposed to armed robbery, name it. But you know the good thing, because I'm a preacher, I want to go into the Word of God that says, train up a child in the way the child should go, isn't it? And sometimes we sit back and think, but he's 15 years old, he's 12, he's 20 years old, he's no longer a baby. And sometimes we give up on ourselves, we give up on these kids. But you know, Bible again says every good and every perfect gift is from him. And if we know these kids are gifts from God, he isn't done with them yet. And so I want to salute the organizers of this great program to say this is the way to start. This is a good beginning. We may have come in hurt, we may have come in disappointed somehow, but I know by the time the last word is said, we're walking out of this place with our heads held high up, our countenance changed, loving these kids even the more.
Amen.
And believing in ourselves that it won't take our strength, but God is going to help us bring these kids to the expected end. You know, he's the creator of the heavens and the earth, isn't it? And whether Croydon, whether wherever, God owns it. And once we dwell in these places, we have already taken possession. And so I want to admonish all of us. We have come to learn. We have come to listen to a few experiences from people who have been there. And we're walking away also going to spread the same thing and to encourage other people. And together as one, we'll be able to fight this and save our children and save their lives. God bless all of you. God honor all of you, Bestel, and everyone. The great ministers of Destiny Temple. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To fly over just for this conference is a commitment, is a passion for what we do. Just to fly in and fly back out because of us. Let's put our hands together once again for her. Thank you so much. Now, we have another conference coming up, but I want a man of God who's been very instrumental. One of the reasons why we're here together in collaboration, and I want him to invite to talk to us about what's coming next in Croydon. This is the next event, so you're all aware about what's going to happen for the next event and why it's coming up. Please join me to welcome the senior pastor of the Glory House Ministries, Reverend or Pastor Charles Bene.
Thank you. I'm Charles, and I'm so excited to work with Stella and the group. Thank you for the opportunity to serve, to help make this a reality. It's interesting, the wealth of knowledge that is coming up in here. Andrew, awesome presentation. I love that part with the holes in the shoe, you know, and how that now it's very different. That's empowerment, people. Doesn't matter what the situation is now. It's possible for you to flip the script and change everything that is going on today. The young people today are smart, intelligent, more than when we used to play with, old car tires and stuff when we were young. But today, young people, smart, intelligent, you guys are phenomenal. The wealth of talent, gift that is in you guys is amazing. Yes. And some of these things happening is just trying to prevent you from getting far in life. But I'm sure that with some of these empowerment messages coming forth, I'm sure that we are making headway. And I want to seriously thank all of you for coming today. I was concerned about the time, 9:30 a.m. I was like, ooh, especially for young people. But You guys came in your numbers. This is phenomenal. Can we, a round of applause, guys? Come on. Come on. Come on. Well done. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. I want to also thank the pastor of this house. I was just having a conversation with him. I'm a pastor of congregations, and I know it's not every day that you see churches do stuff like this, hosting events like that. A lot of churches stay within their four walls and cocoons, and their sermon subjects are not quite as, I'm choosing my words carefully. I don't want to offend any of my colleagues and friends and everything, but we need to address this. The people sitting in the pews, they are the people in the community. They came from the community into the pews. And so they are not just stray people. And this affects all of us. And sincerely, I believe the church can do a lot more than the church is doing today. So I'm grateful to see churches working hard to make this happen. I was once a youth. They used to call me Don Rabbles.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say much about that. It's best left in the past. I used to rap and dance.
Hey.
I used to go around schools trying to date the finest chicks in the schools. Way back, way back. This
Pastor.
Those were the days of, I've got the power. And I'll go into the schools rapping like the crack of a whip, I snap a tie front to back. In this thing called rap. Dig it like a shovel ram, devil in the heavy little band the bass. Turn up the trouble. Radical mind day and night all the time. 714. What? Guys, I'm telling you. Look where I am now. Come on. With all these titles and pastors. But I can tell you something that is going to be better.
Amen.
I'm telling you, it's going to be better if you stick to it. Discipline yourself. Keep pushing hard. Study, educate yourself. I'm telling you, you will end up somewhere good.
Amen.
You will end up somewhere good. And so we have coming up in Croydon another Blades to Bridges event, which is on the Stella, remind me, the 29th of June. Coming up in Croydon, and would like you all to come out and meet the Croydon kids, the Croydon young people and folk, and even for the parents, come and meet the Croydon. The Croydon Borough has done a lot.
Yeah.
Phenomenal wins, if you like, phenomenal achievement to fight this thing that we're all fighting, knife crime. And it's good for us to, because the problem is the same for all of us. It's good for us to network together and relate together. And it will be great. So many great leaders in Croydon. Andrew is here. It's great that he's also here. From Croydon we've come, so you two come to Croydon.
Yes.
Otherwise, we ain't bringing Andrew back. Andrew, do I have your support for this? All right, God bless you. I'm happy to see the police is here to come and present as well, because sometimes there can be the stereotype, imagery and perspective of police. But I hope that what they present will help people to feel more comfortable to know that we have help and we have support. And finally, the biggest word for me in all this is support. Support, support, support. And on that word, I want to acknowledge Dorcas Andam, who is here, the mother of Eliane Andam, who was fatally stabbed on the streets of Croydon. Thank you, Dorcas, for coming. I know it's not an easy thing for you to come, but thank God for your sister Marianne, who is the bulldozer of the family, who dragged her and said, you're coming here. Marianne, God bless you. Thank you. You and your husband, I acknowledge you. God bless you. And Dorcas, your friend who came with us, God richly bless you. Thank you, everybody, for enduring me. And let me pass it on back to the eloquent Pastor Alfred to carry on with today's proceedings. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Love you all.
Thank you, Pastor. God bless you. Pastor Charles is a really pivotal pillar in what we're doing. So the second phase is over there in Croydon. We're going to do the same thing in Croydon. Okay. So thank you for that. So we want to replicate what we've done even better over there in Croydon. So we've begun planning for Croydon already. Yes. Next up, we want to bring the people who protect us, defend us, who lead us and guide us. And the success working with the police has been unbelievable in Croydon. Am I right? The support, the work partnership with the community. And so we want to replicate. That's why we're working together, so we can come and coordinate it collaboratively, build what you've got over here, and you're going to help us do so. We can do so for the whole of London. Yes? So I've got here a PC Zishan. You want, that's it, Zishan. Let's welcome PC Zishan and your hash Zishan. So let me give you a mic. Hold on a second.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to firstly thank everybody for having us here. And as they touched upon earlier, the police sometimes are not seen in a good light. Okay, so in every organisation, in every community, you'll have some good eggs and you'll have some bad. So hopefully, maybe we might show you a different side to policing today. We've been told to come here to talk about knife crime predominantly, because that is a big factor within Newham, Waltham Forest and London as a whole. But what I wanted to touch upon as well was that with knife crime, a lot of it is linked also to gangs. So when we look at it, we have to look at it on a bigger scale as opposed to just knife crime. People don't wake up in the morning wanting to carry a knife. There is so much more to it. And as you said earlier, it's not just the kids that needs the help, it's also the family. It's showing them the signs to look out for and showing them where to get the support from. Because in order to get out of something for a youth, you need that family support, you need the community support, the support from the churches, which are really, really good, like that I've come across. So when it comes to knife crime, from my service, I've been in the police for 18 years now. And the last 4 years I've been doing with youth engagement. So I go to a lot of youth clubs, speak to the kids and see where they're coming from. Majority will never want to get involved in gangs. I do the junior citizen for year 6s, all of them. From that age, they're about 10, 11, they all say gangs are bad. But then as soon as they start getting to secondary school, that is when they get involved in that, with knife, etc. So firstly, it's mainly the thing that they see on TV. The more they're exposed to something, the more that they become desensitized. So I'm not going to preach to the choir. So what I'd like to say, because I know we don't have a lot of time, but when it comes to gangs, what they tend to do, so the minute they're going to secondary school, that's where we need the parents there to look after the children, like, say, where have you been? Look at the friends. For me, personal story, in regards to my mother, she was my rock when I was growing up. Every friend that I had, she would say, bring them home, rather than hang around on the streets. Some family might not like people around their house. But for me, it's just, if you have a good circle of friends, that would help you along the way. So when it comes to the youth, I know sometimes you get a bad rep as well. When I was a youth, it's just like people used to look at us cross the road, and it doesn't feel nice. But hopefully now with the churches, with all these different activities that you have, there might be a way for you to go and let some steam out. So I know I'm digressing a bit now. So when it comes to gang, what they tend to do from secondary school, they're going to chicken and chip shop. That's where most kids will end up going after school. They'll say, let me buy you a meal. They'll buy them a meal for a few pounds. After a few weeks, they'll be like, you owe me some money now. You owe me £50 for that. They'll be like, but I thought you gave it to me for free. They go, no, you owe me money. So they're not going to go home to their parents, to their family and say, you owe me money. So they're going to say, you know what, take that little bag, go and sell some drugs. So what they'll do, they say, okay, that's not that hard. I'll just give that to that person, and that's my debt paid for, and I'm good. But then those gang members will get them robbed and beaten, and that's where you get the knife crimes involved, yeah? So that kid might get stabbed by their own people that got them sell the drugs. They're going to say, oh, see what happened to me? They said, listen, you lost me about £1,000 now. So that debt from a few pounds becomes £1,000 and tens of thousands of pounds. So those kids now are scared because they've just been stabbed. They say, I need to carry something for my protection. So sometimes it's just that mentality that I need to carry it. But most of the stats shows that if you carry a knife for your protection, you're more likely to get stabbed than not having a knife itself. So that is how they're married together. And then once they're involved in that world, it's very hard to come out of. So we've got some leaflet that we've left with the church here. There's CGL, which is called Change, Grow, Live, and they're very, very good. They've got a few places around London, and they do help family. They'll give support. They've got nothing to do with the police, so don't worry, they're not going to tell us about anything. So, you know, they're there to help families and to help people to get out of any like drugs, any addiction that they have. And you've got Catch-22 as well. So they mainly deal with county lines. So when it comes to all the gangs and the drug dealing and stuff, they'll then take those kids, those vulnerable children, and send them to, like, you know, Manchester, Brighton, somewhere far away, make them stay in like crack houses, crack den, trap house, whatever they call it now. And they'll stay there for weeks, for days, for months. And parents are like, where's my kids? Kids are reported missing daily. Daily, we see so many kids as young as 11 years old. So it does affect us. So for the parents, what we've done as well, we've bought some drugs here, not real one. But there is loads of different drugs. It's just for people like to be aware, signs to look out for, because sometimes parents might see some candies, they think that's just a candy, but they're drugs. So when you do get a chance, please feel free to come over there and have a look. But thank you very much for having us, and I'm not going to take any more of your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. In fact, I'll be honest with you, they have information, tactical things on gangland, etc. 1 hour presentation. We don't have the time, so we're going to schedule for them to come back. And when I looked at some of the stuff they showed me, even 5 minutes, I thought, I wish we could have the rest of the afternoon for them. So it tells you that this is really powerful. So on the table afterwards, you can have a look at the dummy drugs and the dummy things. Because as parents, sometimes we don't even know what it looks like. We think, oh, he's just bought something, it's dirty, let me clean it and put it in the bin. Meanwhile, he's using it or something like that. So they've got a lot of information. So when you go a break or something, we can go back and have a look at it. But we're going to schedule in for them to come back. And they can, if it's 2 hours, they can even give us information on 2 hours. But for today, they've done exactly what we asked them. 15 minutes quickly, and then we move on now. Okay, so next up, I want to introduce a man who epitomizes what I can say. He's lived it. So whatever life you think you've seen, whatever violence you think you've been through, a life from end to where he is now. He's a director and owner of Diversity Radio, which we most of us will probably know. But of course, let me give a full recognition of the next speaker, because I think it's important. Yes. So Nashiru Mori, put your hands over him. And he's going to talk about a subject that's very close to my heart. And he's talking about and sharing with all of us building meaningful relationships beyond culture. Now, the last words, we're going to try and hear something from him that I'm not going to take any from. I'll let him speak it so you can really hear it. Culture. So he's going to break some cycles, some mindsets that we've always got from our childhood. And he's going to talk about. He's also an expert consultant, real insight with Bestel. So he's part of the Bestel leadership. Put your hands. Let's welcome Nash. Oh, let's welcome him right now. Oh, a big hand of applause, please.
Hello. Listen, youths. Since morning, I sat there and I watched. And what I noticed was you did not feel like you were part of this. Let's face it, true or false? Did you feel part of it? All right, if you do, I want you lined up here. If you feel part of it, line up there. All the kids, come up. Line up. Yep, line up there. Where are you? Line up. Come forward. Come over, all the youths. Take the front seat. Come on, all the kids, all the youths. Sit, take seats. Feel part of. I sat there and I thought that represented East Side and West Side. And there was a gap there. And everyone went too serious, like, yeah, you're waiting for the next move. No, we're not into that here. come forward. If you notice, almost everybody has a presentation and a slide. Is it rather fortunately or unfortunately? I don't. Do you know why? Because the entire program resonates. I can relate to it. And I just for the next 3 to 5 minutes, I'll share a slight experience of myself. And as you can see me, I've met a few friends. I'm Finger's dad. This man here, he's been my friend for over 30 years. I haven't seen him for ages. And here he is, married with kids, lost the kid. I've known him when he didn't have these kids. There's a lady that I saw across. When I knew her, she was probably of your age. She's been here with her kids. So you can imagine how long I've been in the system. When I came here from Africa, I was quite young, in my early 20s. And here it is, the values that I came with. I came from a culture where you couldn't walk past any adult without greeting them. Anyhow, you walk past an adult and didn't say, "Good afternoon, sir," and bend down, they call you and ask you, "Whose son are you? Which home do you belong to?" And they give you a knock. After that knock, they then authorize someone to take you, drag you by your hands, and take you home and hand you over to a family member who gives you another knock. Then they wait for your family to come in, the parents, to inform them. So when I came to UK in the 80s, I remember I was in Tottenham College, and when I see a teacher or any elder, I'd not only address them, "Sir," I say, "Good afternoon, sir." Teachers would look at me cringing and, "Fine, Nash, but I'm not sir. Can you call me John? Can you call me Andrew?" I resisted that. Guess what? Why do you think I resisted calling a teacher Andrew? Why do you think? Who wants to talk? Why do you think I would resist calling the teacher Andrew?
It's not respectful.
Sorry?
It's not respectful.
Not respectful. Do you believe in that? Perfect. Do you? But hear this. After a while, I became subjected to bullying because my Caribbean counterparts, my white counterparts, they looked at me thinking, "Rah, see that you there, the African bobo boy, walking around greeting people, anyone sees, sir." How do you think that made me feel? What? How would that make you feel? If you were targeted by your pupils, your fellow students. Isolated. Yeah. And if you feel isolated in school, what would you be doing to feel part of? Sorry? Speak up, youth. It's for you. I want to hear you. Speak up, please. If you felt isolated in school, what would you want to do to step up to it? Speak up, please. You probably wouldn't want to go to school, will you? And even if you did, what would you want to be doing? Sorry? Fight it. Now, I couldn't fight. I wasn't that strong. What I had to do, I thought, you know what? I need to come better. Rather than being a subject to bullying, I thought, let me drop the values I have of respecting and start being like them. So I started adopting their style. Guess what? I used to drop my pant lower than yours. Do you get it? Why do you think I did that? To intimidate and be part of. So when I come in, rather than saying good afternoon, sir, yo, what? You all right? And what? Do you get it? And in doing this, I was actually losing the values. I was losing what was instilled in me. And adopting something that I felt was appropriate and acceptable. Now, this is in school, right? When I go home, how do you think I fit in? Soon as I walked in, hey, Kwabra to say, hey, Kwabra. So there was a friction. How many of you here can actually identify with this? Raise your hands, please. Don't be shy. I know your parents are here. How many of you? Where you come in and you've adapted something and you're not sure and your mom is looking at you thinking, what's going on? And you still have those values, but you had to drop them in school. And when you come home, you have to adapt a different approach, isn't it? Do we agree? Do you? Come on, guys, talk, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, innit? Yeah. You see, there is a relationship that we build which is beyond culture. We have a culture, and I will tell it as it is. Since this morning, all our preachers and pastors and presenters, if you notice their pattern of presenting, it was all about God, innit? Church, innit? All about how parents should do this, innit? How many of them actually did ask you, what would you want to see? How many? None. Say it. How many?
None.
Would you have rather... Youth, would you have rather someone ask you that?
No.
You see, what we want to talk about today is very simple. You have got that challenge of being part of society and the community out there and still feel accepted by your parents and family. And that can be difficult. What can you do to bridge that gap? I don't even want to tell you my life. Because you know what? I was quite defiant. So rather than good afternoon, sir, my attitude was different. And then I started feeling like I had somewhere that I belong. The group that I joined, the gang, within 2 years, I was in prison. And it doesn't help when you get to prison. Because when you go there, that's when you realize the mistakes you made. That's when you learn how to come out and try the best ways of doing it again. Do you get it? So I went in there and I realized if I had done this and that, I wouldn't have been what? Caught. So all I was aiming was to come out quick and try it again. Next thing, you're done in. You get in there again, and this time it's a harder sentence, and it hits you. And when that hits you, guess what? Depression. You start feeling away. Then you're looking back thinking, oh my days, what if? Wish I knew what I know now. It becomes late. Whilst you're in there, with my case, I was my mom's only son. I had one of the best educations in life. Real good education. But guess what? My mom was in Ghana, and she could not comprehend that her son that she brought up to be one of the best ended up in prison. And that depressed her. So you see it, the ripple effect of it. Just out of that behavior, not only am I in prison, not only am I depressed, my mother is depressed. It affected her livelihood. And the rest was history. Youths, listen. This is not the day to tell you what your behaviors will end you in. Today isn't the day for us to talk about what good parenting is, what it should be or shouldn't be. Today is the day that we want to make you feel that you are part of the community and you are part of the solution. We want to make this occasion central around you. We want you to feel like your contribution goes a long way. It matters to us. If we knew the answers, we wouldn't be crying and going to church and asking pastors to pray for us and our kids. As much as it's important, We want you to start taking ownership, to start feeling comfortable in yourselves, to say, you know what? I'm facing this problem. What should I do? How can I go about it? We don't necessarily have the courage to visit our parents and talk to them about our challenges, do we? Let's face it, do we? Do we?
No.
Please, guys, talk, man. Do we?
No.
Do we?
Nope.
Nope. All right, my question is, how can we open up? What would help us to open up? What would help us? I don't want the answers now because it will take the rest of the afternoon. You have the opportunity to share with us what would help you to help us. Is that okay? As we speak, I have 18 kids. Clap for me. Listen, and I mean it. I have 18 kids, born and bred in the United Kingdom. Yes, my eldest is 39. She'll be 40 on 1st of April this year. I have 7 grandkids, and I'm still a youth. I feel young. Some of my kids are able to look up to me and say, Dad, isn't that a bit too much? I'm like, what do you mean? That tracksuit, that hood rich. It's for youths, isn't it? You're wearing that. I'm thinking, who told you I was an old man? But the fact that my son or daughter can look up to me and say, Dad, nah, man, that's not acceptable. That makes me feel like, yeah, I've got an assertive son. Okay? We need to step up our games. Youths, I can suggest something, but it's only a suggestion. We all do social media, don't we? We have our groups. Can you just imagine for one moment if this congregation decided amongst yourselves, I'm happy to be a mentor, I'm happy to be a patron. If you decided to say, you know what, after this conference, we are setting up a group page on mobile phone. Youths, and just put some ground rules around that group. Only goodness is shared on this group. No parent is on that group. And if we decide to start sharing, supporting each other on that platform where people feel the level of transparency is high enough to feel safe enough to talk about everything, where do you think that will take us by next year? Do you agree? Do you have a group like that? No. Can we start thinking? What do you think? How many of you here see themselves as having the skills to lead groups? How many? Look at you. You're smiling, isn't it? How old are you? Can you see something like that happening? Potentially. How can we do that? It's a question. Start thinking today after this workshop, this presentation, we're having workshops. I'm sure you're staying for that, aren't you? As part of that workshop, I want you lots to start thinking. As I said, this is not the kind of presentation where we do too much talking. This is a presentation where I want to empower you lots. I want to instill the values of ownership into your hands. I want you to start thinking, how can we help the community to understand us better? And if I expect any answer from you now, I'm actually making a mistake. Do you think we can get there? How can we do that? Randomly, please, say something. How do you think we can actually get support from you to support you? Own the mic. Say you're not sure with it, yeah?
I'm not sure.
Good.
Not sure. I'm not sure.
Do you get it? They're not sure. And I believe you, you're not sure. So what do you think we can do to start? Are you sure? Tell me. Great.
You can do ownership.
Ownership, yes. How? you shy? Yeah, I like your spirit.
I don't know.
You don't? Tell me, what do you think? Be honest. Hold the mic, son. Say it.
I just think parents have to listen to us, like, so that we can be transparent. Really.
I had to prove this point today, that none of these kids was even ready to hold a mic. I wanted just one of them to hold that mic and say one thing to parents. I would want another youth to tell me what they think, and I have got one. Here he is. Here we are. There's nothing wrong. Say it anyhow.
Maybe not like be too harsh on us at times. Yeah.
Thank you. See, I don't like putting my youths on the spot because I never liked it. I'll give you an example in a story. My cousin, he's here. I invited him. He's got 2 kids. His boy is 16, and maybe it's not legally acceptable, but he's quite of a very capable youth. And sometimes himself and his wife, they go on a shift together, and they leave this youth at home on his own sometimes. They've got a neighbor. If anything, he knows how to access help. And guess what? One day, he did something not particularly good. Mom lost it. And it was just showers of insults and whatever. And this boy waited till dinner time. And he said, Mom and Dad, can we have a chat? When they sat down, he said, you know what he said to them? What do you think when you leave me and go to work for 9 hours, 12 hours sometimes? Do you think I couldn't do anything I want to do then? Why would you go on and on about just this little mistake I made, Mom? Do you know what that's making me feel? Feel like I just want to lose it. And that was it. It changed the way they related to the boy. And that boy is in uni in his last year. Any one of you here has got the potential of becoming Richard Sunak. Trust me. Any one of you here. But I think if you listen to my building meaningful relationships beyond culture, it's simply the way we relate. As ethnic minority groups, we have certain values that are instilled in us. And we are here, and our kids are exposed to very multicultural and diverse communities. They come to school, and there's a lot that they learn. They come home, and we want them to do the things we were brought up with. Is that acceptable? Youth, is that acceptable?
No.
No. No.
No.
No.
Definitely. No.
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 Great. No, I like it.
No.
So what can we do about it? What message do you want to send to your parents? Please tell them. Say it.
They need to know a lot about us.
Be more understanding.
Be more understanding. Go on. Take them and say it. And I want to hear from the ladies. Go on, talk.
To listen.
To listen. Parents, can you hear it? Please learn to listen for a change. And don't say, me kwabra. And then you fear. And then it's enough. Let's learn to understand that these kids are being brought up at an age and era where, listen, they come first. This morning, that's my last thing. I was on the train, and I saw something on the platform that I belong. Peter, I sent it to you, didn't I? And it said, where's Peter? Peter Hustler. I know, Stella, you know I have a problem. Let me wear these. Guys, listen. This is one of the most bizarre, Peter. I sent it to you. Here we are. It says, Stop raising our over-dependent generation. Most parents of today are raising an over-dependent generation. I thought, that's interesting. So I had to read it. Youths, I want to read it out, and I just want your opinion. Is that okay? Who is very good at reading? Seriously, I'm not quite good. Who can read? Here we are. Youth, here we are. Can you read this? Yeah? Take the mic. Read it. Oh, it's quite lengthy, though. Please stand up and read it.
Stop raising an over-dependent generation. Most parents of today are raising an over-dependent generation. Number 1, you cook their food for them so that they can read and enjoy. Number 2, you help them to wash their clothes and tidy their rooms. Number 3, you drop them off in school every day by yourself. Number 4, you lie on their behalf to get them out of trouble. Number 5, you arrange expo to help them pass their exams. Number 6, you protect them from every danger and difficulties. Number 7, you prevent them from any form of pain and suffering. Number 8, you don't want them to suffer like you did as a child. Number 9, you hustle around while they watch films and play games. Number 10, they can't go out alone because you're always scared. Number 11, you take every decision for them because you're wiser. Number 12, you go to their schools to fight for them and prove rights. Number 13, you defend them even when they're wrong and at fault. Number 14, you cannot stand seeing them starve or go hungry for once. Number 15, you fight against those who try to correct them. I pity you. You are busy raising an over-dependent generation. You think you are showing them love, but sorry, you're wrong. By the time you are no longer there and they face real-life challenges, they will become helpless. At that stage, they will realize the havoc you have done to them and curse you. Stop raising an over-dependent generation. Allow these children to face realities of life. Be careful. Raising responsible children. Number 1, give your children age-appropriate domestic tasks. Even if you have 1,001 domestic servants at home, it is sheer ignorance to think that doing everything for your children is a mark of honor or a way of bequeathing royalty on them. Number 2, teach them to be useful and make their impact felt positively wherever they are found, in the school, place of worship, in another person's home, etc.
The whole point was to show you the difference in parenting, what we, the family, think is good parenting, and what some of us think is no good parenting. And thank you very much, big man. What's your name? Listen, I think you'll be a newsreader in future. Keep it up. There's a lot here. The whole point of this is, what is good and bad parenting? We just need to start allowing ourselves to be comfortable enough to face the realities. Youths, I could speak. Listen, I can talk. Trust me, I can talk. I got some vibes. But I want to hold it down here. All I want you to know is, in the workshops this afternoon, for the rest of this afternoon, please open up, okay? Is that okay? This is your opportunity to open up. Without you, this conference would not have happened. And I know some of you are struggling because your families and parents are here. So you probably don't want to talk. In the workshops, there are 2 or 3 of them. If you want an all-group workshop, join it. If you want an only group workshop, join it. Is that okay? Do you have any questions for me? No question from a parent. I just want 2 or 3 questions. Quickly, please.
Do you have any siblings?
Thank you. That has impressed me. It's made me feel like, yes, you've taken a lot of interest in me. Yes, I do. I have sisters. I haven't got a brother, though, biologically. Yes, I've got sisters. and I'm the eldest. I've got 4 sisters. I lost one 4 months ago. Sadly, yes. So I'm the only uncle, Uncle Nash. Any question? Something to do with this conference. Yep.
What's the aim of the workshop and what are we supposed to discuss during it?
What a very smart one. I don't even know the workshops. We do have, do you know what the workshops are? Yeah. You have a question, don't you? Okay, hold on. This gentleman will tell you about the workshops, yeah? All we want is your participation. Please do participate and take part in it, and we want your contribution 100%. Thank you. And that's the last one.
So how do we tell our parents that they've got a traumatic past and their trauma is now affecting how they parent us?
Oh, wow. That is a very big question. You know, I wouldn't use trauma because that in itself evokes arguments and uncertainty. If I said to mommy, Hilda, just because you had your traumas, don't let that affect the way we relate. That in itself wouldn't work. I think having a dialogue is a two-way thing. I probably might say, Mom, you know I love you, don't you, Mom? Don't you say that to your mom? But how difficult is it to say to your dad, Dad, you know I love you? So, Mom, you know I love you. I just want to know, what was your childhood like? How many of you have ever asked your parents what their upbringing was like? What their childhood was like? I'll tell you something about this man. Did you hear his partner, his wife, saying that their son was playing football? In the 70s and early 80s, this man was a Ghanaian Olympic sportsman. Did you know that? He was a very, very strong athlete. I recollect. He was a sportsman, it's an athlete, very, very fit. There he is. Still. How many of his kids, if he doesn't tell them, would have known, or his kids' friends would know that he was an athlete? So how often do we sit with our parents and just ask them certain personal questions? I'm not here to teach you certain things. As I said, I'll leave you to it. Create a platform. I'm happy to be the patron. I'm happy to give you guidance. I'm actually happy to be part of it, but away from it. And you run it yourselves and make sure that everything that comes on that platform is pure goodness. Is that okay? Thank you very much. If you have more questions, ask me. But for now, I don't want to hijack the conference. Thank you.
Good. Come on, let's run of applause. Come on, let's put our hands together for him one more time. Let's appreciate him. Oh, come on, you can do more than that. Let's appreciate him. Wow. Life experience. Life experience. This is not anything from any other book, but personal experience. This is what is called life. Seriously. Perhaps you're thinking, what is going on here? These people are disturbing us. I have my life to lead. You don't have that life to lead. You always have one thing to say, but we know our right, but we don't know our left. Oh, yeah, we always say, I know my right, but we don't know our left. Come on, guys, let's appreciate him. Come on, let's put our hands together for Peter one more time. Huh? That's very good. Now, we've got a feed talk, and our brother Albert is ready. Brother Albert, ready? Come on, let's appreciate this man. Let's welcome him as he's coming. Oh, come on. Let's encourage him. Wow. Thank you so much, bro. God bless you. Thank you.
Hi.
We have a few presentations to do quickly before these speakers has to go somewhere to do some other stuff. So please, just a quick presentation. Let's do these presentations for them. The photographers, are you ready? Come around. Good.
Okay, so Yvonne, you've been amazing. You've really imparted all of us. And some of us, yes, do share any experience. We're feeling better. And I believe that today is going to leave an indelible mark on the hearts of many. This is a little token from Bestel and, of course, Destiny Temple to appreciate your time with us and to wish you well and again to say thank you.
Andrew, we really did appreciate your dedication and commitment to the next generation, the great job you are doing on the other side of the river.
Yes.
And your presentation today was awesome and beautiful. And we value your contribution to today's conference. We say thank you for this
so much.
token.
Thank
you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Pastor Charles.
Good. Just a quick one. Just a quick one. The police already have some samples of drugs that you have no idea, the colors and the looks of it. And before our brother Albert goes or takes over the podium, the police are going to bring it here. Please, sir, can we have a look? Yeah. And quickly, guys, you're going to be walking down and they will show you what it is look like, right? Some of the drugs that is hovering around all over the world. They've got the samples of them here. So you're going to be walking down and they will point to you, this is cocaine, this is marijuana, this is this, and so that when you experience it anywhere, run quickly out of it. Yeah? So the police are going to go around just before Brother Albert comes up. Please, line up. We're going to start from here. Come on. Come on, guys, quickly. Come around. Come around. Come around. Just follow up, please. Follow up. Officers, please. Here you are.
So we got some of the most common drugs here. Cannabis. And that's the thing. I used to work in the Royal London Hospital on the trauma team for a little while, part of the police, and we had two 15-year-old girls came in, had to have their stomach pumped. The reason being, they had too many of those sweets. Because even like for the younger kids, you might see that somewhere, and you're like, oh, let me have one. Nothing happens. People end up having a few more, and they ended up in hospital. Fortunately, they didn't die. But you got other pills like this, your smiley pills. Yeah. Some people might just have that lying around. A kid will see that, say, oh, that looks like a sweet. Let me just have it. It's got a smiley face. 15-year-old girl ended up in a coma and died the same day through those drugs. So all these drugs can potentially kill you. And that's why you need to be careful and know what you're looking at for. If you see something that you don't know what it is, just make sure you don't go near it. There's some stuff like this. It looks like a stamp. It's LSD. So you've got liquid form, you've got little stamps, and people put down their tongue, not really knowing the effect of it. So the main common one, you've got cocaine here, cannabis, and heroin. Cigarettes, yes, cigarettes is also a drug because it's got tobacco like nicotine in there. So nicotine is a drug. To some people, they'll start with a cigarette through friends, and then the friend will say, have a little bit of weed. Some people will end up smoking it, and then from that, it goes to one addiction to the other. So those are the most common one here that I've put out. And if any of the parents want to have a look, please feel free.
This one's the sweets that comes with it.
With the, so cannabis. So now they put THC. So that's, some of them are really, really bad, and some of them, because THC itself is not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're having too many of it, people end up in hospital.
Yeah. And which one is the weed?
Weed is that.
Oh, is that
so
one?
So weed is like this plant here.
Yeah.
And then they end up cutting up the plants. They cut up the plant, they put in little
And
bags
what
like
is
that.
this ones?
So that's the cannabis seeds. So they get that seed, grow it. And then the cannabis oil as well. So you got hashish here, which is the same from cannabis, but it's more within the Middle Eastern, Moroccan, African type of area that they smoke that.
This one is it ecstasy or whatever they call it?
So this one, it is ecstasy
Yes.
and like different names for it. And it tells you at the back all the different names, the appearance, method, the effects, how people take it, and what to look out for.
And these are ones that we've heard in the past that a lot of young ones have taken and they didn't
And
kill them.
yeah, kill them.
Yes.
The other one is crystal meth as well.
So much. Which one is that one?
So methamphetamine. So this is what we'll really like. A lot of the drug is on the streets. You see like they've got holes in their face and things like that. The teeth are gone. So that within a short space of time, a few months, your appearance is gone. Not just your teeth, your whole appearance, your body, etc. So cocaine is here. So it starts off as a leaf. That's where they cook it. They like mix it, either make it into crack, which are those rocks, or cocaine here. But heroin as well is one that people use. Like the signs to look out for is like tin foil. Tin foil and that burnt out thing. That's a sign that somebody has taken heroin.
So that's the powder that they're sniffing, right?
That's
Or
the powder
this is
they
the powder
sniff.
they sniff.
So heroin comes in different formats. But usually it will be a little brown substance. Once it's mixed with everything else, it becomes that brown substance.
Can I do it this way, please? Can everybody sit down? We've got a projector. So sit down and look at it from here and the top here. Okay, that was easy. Yeah?
Tell us what
Everyone sit down, please. Everyone sit down. Thank you very much. Take a seat. Sorry? Take a seat. Just quickly.
The one you say is like toffee. Where is it? Let me see.
Like,
you can.
not sweets.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you can do?
Okay.
So what you can do? If you can stand here. Just stand here for us.
Next to the camera.
Yeah, so that he'll pick you up. So,
There, 'cause I can see it just there, and then I'll just get it there.
sit down. Yeah, we're going to show it to you. Okay. Okay, now let's listen to the officer, please. Okay, now you can go ahead and please.
Okay.
Now let's listen to him. Come on, watch it from here. Watch it from the screen.
Okay. There is a lot of drugs here, and we won't have time to go through all of them, but some of the common ones to look out for. This one is cannabis, weed, ganja, whatever people call it. And as you can see on there, it is initially just a plant. That gets cut up and get put into little bags and sold as cannabis. That's what's commonly available out on the street. Where my colleague's finger is, you can see some gummy bears. Those are not actually just sweets. Those are the sweets that when working in Royal London Hospital, 2 girls, 15-year-old came in to the hospital having had their stomach pumped because they've had those cannabis sweets. So it's called edibles. Okay, so those are the things that parents should look out for. And the younger people, when your friends are giving you sweets, unless you trust that friend fully, just don't take it, especially if you haven't seen them buy it, especially if it looks like it's in different type of packages. So stay away from those things. The next one that is quite common, cocaine, and where's the heroin? Heroin was, where's that? Yeah. No, the heroin was, So the next one that my colleague is going to show you is what a lot of people will see on TV, yeah? Like the cartel movies where they've got cocaine and stuff like this. It starts off as a leaf, so that plant is then cooked and whatever chemicals they put into there, and they turn it into either crack, which is those kind of crystal-looking thing in that tube, and then you've got the white powder, which is the most common thing. A tiny little wrap of cocaine, when I used to go out working out on the street, used to be roughly about £20 for a little tiny, like, it's the size of a tiny little tooth. So those things are what people would use. So initially people will start from something low, like cannabis, like even medication, and then slowly they'll need a bigger high. So they'll go to cocaine, or potentially the next one is heroin. And that's one of the one that would lead people to changing within like a space of a few months. Unfortunately, I don't have my laptop up, but I could have shown you some picture. Within literally a space of a few months, the minute you start this, that's when you start getting blisters all over your face, your teeth are all gone, and it is not nice, and you get really, really addicted to it. So these ones, signs to look out for parents, any kind of like metal spoon or even tin foil or anything like that that's got that black type of residue on it. That is after having burnt the heroin, that's what you'll be left over. And then if you see any needles and stuff like this, that might be an indication of people using drugs. So, yes, there's loads on the table. And one thing that is quite common nowadays for the youths, even as young as probably 11, 12, if you can look on there, the top little bit on top, can you see that little metal canister in the picture? And balloons, exactly. So they're called nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide itself has now been reclassified. It's been reclassified to a Class C drugs. A Class C drugs, if you're in possession of it, you can get upwards of 2 years in prison, yeah? But that's depending on any aggravating factor. But those are the things that a lot of youngsters are doing, and that's through peer pressure, through friends doing it and getting a little buzz. That won't stay in your system, but a few months ago down Beckton, a group of boys rented out a fast car for their prom. They were having balloons whilst driving, crashed the car, and it was quite a serious accident. So people can die. That itself might not kill you, but you having a buzz and driving a car or anything like this could kill you, and let alone yourself, but other people as well. So yeah, I think I'm not going to take... Is that all our time? Right. But thank you again very much for all your time.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them again, because today was officially their days off. It was their days off, those officers. So they came because of you. Let's put our hands once more for them. Thank you. We're about to go into the workshop. Someone asked about the workshop. The workshop, we're going to about the questions about why happens. Maybe my mom's not listening to me. Maybe my father's not listening to me. What happened to school? How are they grooming them? They say, you lot are hungry in your house, aren't you? Can you imagine you looking after your mom and paying for her phone bills and doing that? So they start grooming you. These are the things we're going to talk about in the workshop. So it's going to be exciting. Don't leave it. In the meantime, I want to invite a man who's going to talk so much about personal development, but very important, your self-esteem, things you can build yourself on. Albert Abaka, he's a director of Bessel. Albert.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really enjoying the youth. You've done very well. Clap for yourselves. You've been here. You didn't come right on time, but then you still showed up, so clap for yourselves. And I'm going to share something which is going to be very meaningful to you. I've tried to break it down to the barest minimum. Let's pay attention. Pick a few notes if you can. Please help me with the presentation. Okay, so it's easy to blame people, okay? It's easy to pass responsibility onto other people. Oh, and my parent didn't do this. Of course, we've been here. They said that, oh, the parents go to work and they leave the kids at home. So, yeah, I have an excuse to do otherwise. And somebody else wants to blame somebody. But then there is that point where everybody has a personal responsibility. So as a parent, you have your personal responsibilities, and you, the youth, you also have a role to play. So let's roll it, please. So we'll just quickly run through these contents, and I've just used some kind of short acronyms so that you don't easily forget. Okay, so let's roll, please. Okay, so far we've been sharing some information. And of course, there's been a lot of engagement and sharing, but we don't want to leave you to go away without anything. So we also want to equip you so that you go back having something to chew on. You can take informed decisions going forward from here. And this is what I'm going to try to do in the next 15, 20 minutes, please. Okay. Those of us who have ever bought a brand new car, have you had this experience before where as soon as you decided on the vehicle you wanted and the particular model, it's as though that's the only car on the street? Everywhere you pass, you see that car you were talking about. You just see it all over you. If your parent bought a new car, you go to school and all of a sudden it's like every other parent has your parent's car. And even if you are a student and you are learning, have you ever compared these two? So you're just reading, let's say, your physics notes. You go through it and you believe that you finished reading it. Now, assuming you had a past question and you have to go back to read the same notes, would you pay more attention this time compared to when you were just reading? I don't know if you get me. So you're reading, let's say, whatever it is you're reading, you easily glance through, but as soon as you have to use that information with a question in mind, you start paying some more attention to some details that you would typically miss if you were just reading through. So this is where we are coming to. There are answers all over us. Look, I'm telling you, you have no idea the number of things. If you don't have questions, then those information doesn't mean anything to you. You are not paying attention to them. So like there's what I talked about the car. When you did not decide to buy a particular model of a car, the car was all over you in the first place. But because it wasn't, you haven't drawn it into your subconscious that this is something I want to pay attention to, you did not see it. So there are always answers around us. And guess what? These answers are unlimited. Inside these answers I'm talking about is the iPhone 20. Inside these answers I'm talking about are the people who are going to walk on the moon. Inside these answers I'm talking about, everything you could ever imagine. They are there and they are all around us. Okay, so we can be walking and nobody has seen gravity, but somebody is just going into his own research, doing all sorts of stuff, and he's able to come back and tell you that, you know what, there is gravity, this is a figure about it, and when you apply it this way, you can do this kind of calculations and all the stuff. Answers are all over us. Why are we not getting these answers? Because we do not have questions. Now, most people walk around with the ideology, I know everything. So the boy or the young lady believes that he knows everything. So when the parent is talking to him or her, there is already a resistance. The parents too, when the child is coming to talk to you, there is a resistance. We all believe we know everything. But guess what? There is too many things to know so that we can never know everything. And our unique experiences, exposure, and everything that we get to gives us different knowledge. And the kind of questions that we have in our mind is what is going to open answers to us. So the first thing I want to bring to you is that don't walk around believing you know everything. You don't. You don't. And as soon as you go with a questioning mind, I am seeking, it means that you are paying attention to even things that you are not really listening, but you are listening because you are checking and comparing notes. Because as soon as you pay attention to something, it becomes a question in your mind, and all of a sudden, whilst you are still not looking, you'll be chatting with a friend, and the friend will say something, and say, oh, this is what I've been looking for. So first of all, you necessarily have to go this. And that is why when you put the answers and the questions together, it's what I'm calling the AQ. Once you go with the point that I know it already, then you are in what we call stagnation. You will be stagnated, things will be happening around you, and you can never be impacted with those information. Meanwhile, these are things that can really be helpful to you, but because you shut up your mind, what you will only be getting is confirmation and affirmation. Okay, so when you take a position that you don't want to move, you only want to listen to people who are confirming and affirming the position that you have taken. And I'll get a bit into that yet. But as soon as you have a seeking mind, now everything opens out to you. That is where we call growth and expansion. And look, that growth and expansion can take you into realms. People have, the earlier speakers have shared, somebody has been in prison. He's told us what he has been able to do. Somebody came and said, look, I only came out with an art GCSE. I couldn't even draw. This is what I've been able to do. When you are answering questions continuously, open to these things, you'll be able to grow and expand. Please, the next slide. Oh, okay, so this slide doesn't look complete, but then I'll still talk about it. So on this slide, what I actually have is the brain and the mind. I just want you to keep that and think about it. What is the difference between the brain and the mind? Okay, so whilst the brain, I'll just give a little gist, but it doesn't answer it all. You can do your personal research. Okay, so the brain is an organ, it's a tissue. You can actually open the scalp, you will touch it. Unfortunately, the mind is not like that. It's like a concept, okay? It is what we have believed, what we have interacted with, and it has formed information in our mind. So if I pull my brother here, excuse me, just a minute. If I call him an engineer, there is nothing, you can do all your research around him and you not see anything engineering about him. Because it is just information that he has gathered, is formed in his mind, and he's able to apply it in a way that you can confirm this guy is an engineer. It doesn't show on him. So that, thank you, my brother. So this means that there is no limit to the possibilities that we have. And please, let's roll. The next slide, please. So we are not going to talk in isolation, okay? So whilst we are talking about growth, we are talking about expansion, the possibilities, what you can listen to, what you don't want to pay attention to. It all comes back into there needs to be balance and well-being. And as humans as we are, we already have a balance, a skill inside of us, which is always checking whether we are aligned or not aligned. Even if nobody is talking to you. So there are these days that you walk into, let's say, your kid's room, and you see everybody is running around. They know by themselves that what they are doing is not right. Okay? That balance is working in their mind. You didn't have to say it. So as soon as they see you, they start to put things right. There's another situation where you come in and they really open up and they are happy you are actually coming to see them doing what they are doing because they are in that balance, in that state. They realize that, oh, this is something that I want you to see. And anytime you get to this position, you realize that you have a personal stake in how you feel. Now, you can go all out and believe in what everybody else is saying, have your own ideology and everything. People can praise you for all that you want. But then when you are alone, this well-being comes back and it starts nagging you, and you have a role to play. Either you try to align so that you bounce back, or you move back into that area where you get into your stagnation, you are locked down. So inside well-being, there's the spiritual well-being, and everything starts from there. Because like I said, the mind is not something tangible. It is information, and those possibilities are there. As we are sitting here, everything we have seen, everything we have touched, they have come from a realm that we didn't know. But people have been able to make it available to us. So the iPhone that we so much love, the Tesla we talk about, the Facebook, and everything else that we are looking at, somebody else was asking questions, and whilst they were in balance, they were able to make it manifest. We need our spiritual well-being to be aligned. As soon as you get it wrong from that point, you realize that nothing else is going to work, because the majority of you, the major part of you, the major aspect of you, what we want to know is all in that part that we do not see. Then we can go to the mental well-being. Now, these two are very much alike. As soon as your mental state, you know what, when people are dealing with you, they are dealing with your mental state. The way you relate to people, how the things are coming out, they believe that this is consistent, this is not consistent. And anytime people have questions around well-being, balance, it means that there is something wrong and people tend not to relate with you the way you want. Now, there is a way that you yourself can put yourself in check, because these questions will keep prompting you, and they will be helping you to align. I think I'm moving in the wrong direction. Oh no, I feel better now. I'm feeling more confident now. I'm believing in the new things now. We have to open up ourselves. That is the only way we can take responsibility. And now we can go into exactly what I want to share. All these things were just the precursor. So I'm going to the next slide, please. That is really where I want us to pay more attention. Okay, so before then, food for thought. Oh, sadly, it didn't show. Okay, so let me see what I put up here for food for thought. I just have two things there. It is possible to walk in the dark, but it is better to walk in light where visibility is clearer. Okay, so it's just food for thought. You can walk in the darkness. If we turn off the lights here and it's very dark, you can make your way from, let's say, the other end to the exit, and it is possible. But then when there is light, it is much better. You don't have to strain. So sometimes we are doing something, we are actually walking, but then we are probably walking in the dark. And we don't know. And we are not asking enough questions. We are settled in our ways. So because of that, you keep going in the dark and you just struggling about things that you don't need to struggle about. But then when there is visibility, when there's clarity, when there is light, it makes everything easy. And the next one I want to talk about is when one is heading in the wrong direction, speed is of no essence. Imagine you want to go east, but you are facing west, and you are on full speed. It's better to be facing the right direction and going slowly. So sometimes we have taken decisions that we are trying to push ourselves, and the question is that, the point is that we are not even asking questions if we are in the right direction or not. And we are just speeding off. We need to know whether we are facing the right direction first before we can think about speed. Next slide, please. So the TVC, this is where I want to spend a lot of time. What do I call the TVC? It's basically time, value, and choice. Time, value, and choice. Let's start with time. Time is beyond everybody's control. Whether you are sick, whether you are sleeping, whether you are hungry, whether you are angry with your parents, whether you are happy at a wedding celebration or a party, time is nobody's friend. It is just going. We don't have any control over time. This is so important to know that I was doing a little calculation some time back. I hope I still remember. A year of 365 days is about 8,760 hours. Okay? If you are sleeping 8 hours a day, by the time you are 30 years, you would have slept 10 years. Think about it. If you are sleeping only 8 hours a day, at age 30, you have already slept 10 years. So now, if you are doing more than 8 hours of sleep, you should know that half of your life has not been lived. And now, come and add on the other things that we do. So we shower, we lazy around, we watch maybe football, we just want to have a chat and all of those things. Put those hours together and you pick them every day. 2 hours here, 3 hours there. Before you know what, you did another 1,000. By the time you divide through by 24, you realize the number of months or years that have just gone again wasted. It's a limited resource. And we say time is money, but we'll get back to there. But then one of the most important things about time is that it's a frame of reference. Without time, you are not able to say that, oh, this is where I was and this is where I have been. So because I know time, I'll be able to tell how my movement had my progression. Now let's quickly move to value because I know I have to be working with time. Now, value is an imagination. So we can make you to believe something is valuable. And unfortunately, there are so many things that we have believed that somebody believes I need to be in this kind of kickers for people to know that I am valuable. Because that kickers have been made to look valuable. Now, because we cannot express value in any way, it's something that is like a construct. So in our own lay interpretation, we put money to it. So if this thing is so much, then it is more valuable than other. But guess what? There are people that you put, let's say, an apple down for them and give them some quack phone, Chinese phone that nobody wants, and they will actually have a preference for that. Okay? So that to that person, even though this one, everybody accepts that it's so valuable, he does not appreciate it, and he's only appreciating this other one as valuable. Now, it's something beyond currency, and it is measured against time. Value does not just show up. Some of the things that if we were, those of us, when we were much younger, we saw when the Koreans started building their cars, the Kias and the Hyundais. And look, we thought they were nothing good. But these guys were just consistent. Over time, we see their models on the road, and everybody is happy to drive them. Over time, value builds up. So there are some of the little things that you are doing today that you are not paying attention to, but you are creating value only if you can be consistent and keep at doing it. Then the highest value is always you. Because you know what? When you get the latest BMW today, give me another 10 years, they would have released like 3 more models. And that BMW that you died for, you did everything to get, will not be as valuable as it was when you got it. But anytime you impact yourself, that value continues to appreciate. Your personal value continues to appreciate. It means that you have to be reading, you have to be listening to tapes, you have to be engaged in serious conversations. Everything that is taking your time away from you is actually making it and devaluing you. So and value also travels beyond time. I'll end it there with travel beyond time in the sense that look at like Steve Jobs is dead, but Apple is still running. Coca-Cola started how many years ago? It is still running. That is what we call value. Anything else that we are loving today, give yourself 5 years. And Pastor was here and was telling us he used to go and rap and dance, and all of those things are fading away. But there are values that you can create, they will never go away. So that you have to go now into choice. That is the only aspect that we have a role to play in. Within time and value, we have choices to make. And guess what? That is what God gave us. Willpower. Everybody has it. And everything is trying to make you make choices for them. Okay? So, let's say there is an election coming. In Ghana, there is an election this year. There are people who are autopilot. Their free will, by their own choice, they've already decided who they are going to vote for. And that is exactly what they will do. There is somebody else who would take, let's say, $1,000 to make that vote. So the same choice that somebody made willingly, another person is taking, let's say, 1,000 to go and do it. Yet another person can even take 100,000 to make that same choice. Now, the point is that it's not about the money, but the choice that you are making. If it is important to you, you have to have decided it, or not being influenced by all the things that... So anytime you are running around or you're going about and you see an advert, we just like music. Oh, it's music, we just play it. You don't know that that music is influencing you. That movie you watch It's influencing you. It is helping you to make choices that are probably not the choices that you would have wanted to make. But because you have committed yourself to those things, they have influenced the mind. And that's why I started from the mind. So your mindset is already influenced, and you'll be making choices that you wish you didn't make. But guess what? Every choice that we make is going to impact or come back as a value for us. So let's move to the next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the secret weapon that I want to leave with you. Everything that I'm trying to talk about here, we just rushing everything, but then I want to leave you with something to go. Your choices are seeds. And in life, the secret about life is that there is seed time and harvest time. You only have the opportunity to influence the seeds that you sow. Everything that you give your time to, you become. So if I give my time to studying engineering, I'll become an engineer. I give my time to studying law, I'll become a lawyer. I give my time to watching football, probably I'll be a football commentator. And it goes on and on. So yes, your choices are seeds. They have your harvest in mind when sowing. Every time you are making a decision, every time you are making a choice, you should always think about what the kind of harvest you want to have. If you make your choices anyhow, you will have an anyhow harvest. You know that if you have a background and you don't sow anything, still weeds will grow. Because something will grow, but it's just not what you wanted. But then if you went to the soil and planted exactly what you wanted, you are going to reap exactly that. So everything is inside you. You are not going to find a mango tree outside a mango seed. The mango tree is inside the mango seed. It just needs to be in the right place, which is the soil. And it's just a matter of time. You will have a full-blown tree with a lot of fruits on it. So it means that we need to, everything is inside of you. Don't go and put blame on anybody. Take responsibility and make personal decisions from here. Then the harvest is the value you are going to reap. Anything you pay attention to, you reap it, is going to be valuable to you. If you have sown the right seeds, you can trust that everything that is going to come back to you is going to be valuable and you'll be well appreciated. So go take everything into your own hands. Take your decisions from now. Control your sleep, the food you are eating, the things you are paying attention to, the music you are listening, the movies you are watching, the conversations you are having, and all of that will turn into a great harvest for you. Thank you very much.
Oh, we can do better than that. Let's give him a big hand clap. Thank you, Albert. We need to be thinking more deeply. We can make the right choices, and these are things that we need to take more seriously. And we'll share some of those slides with the youth and all of us because it will help us and go a long way. Thank you again. We're going to go straight into our workshops. The workshop we're going to split the room into 4, and we're going to have a discussion one-to-one, not one-to-one in terms of interactive discussion. We'll talk about topics that really are meaningful. So the parents, we're going to try and split you into 2 groups, and then the youth, we're going to split you into two groups, and we'll have discussions that we'll get people to lead, and we'll have coordinators in there. But please, can we just get our chairs together around here, please? Organizers, please help me, and then also here. The youth, stay at the back. Maybe adults, we keep them on the front. So we have youth, adult. Does that make sense? Youth, adult. So just round here. Youth, if you can move back down here, please. If you're a youth. Parents, please if you can just move to this side on the chairs, and we'll make a group of the youth. We were trying to get one group of the adults. That's fine. I'm saying generically. Oh, really?
Yeah, he's in the back having a chit chat. Do you need him? So can all the youth move towards the back? And if you're sitting back against the wall, can you get closer to where the circles are, please? And can all the parents move to the front? Thank you. Ellie Michelle, move this way.
Hello. Now, interestingly, listen to this. Listen, everyone, please, just your attention. As much as it's great to have parents-only group and youth-only group, it will be nice if we voluntarily, some of us, agree to have a mixed group. This is a mixed group where we will have what we call serious conversations. So any youth who just knows and feels that you're comfortable to sit with adults and still be able to share your opinion, please raise your hand. No judgment. Come, my youth. Any youth, and I think we need a few youths. Come. Listen, we want to have this group because we want to have multiple conversations. And we want some of you to join with some of the parents. If you're in the group, your mom wouldn't join that group. Don't worry. How many of you want to be? Okay, come. You come, please. We need it. Come. Yeah, come. Yep, yeah, man. Come this way. Yes, youths, come. At least 4, 5, 6 of you. Perfect. Come. Albert, can you create something? Help create a group. Please, how many? Come. Yeah, yes. My youth wants to come. Yeah, he's my friend already anyway. Go on. Yes, come. Take a seat. Please. A few female, any female that want to, yes, come. That's it. I like that. Join that group. Any female want to join? Yes. Yep. Please, yep. Who wants to come? Do you want to come? Yes, come. Okay, now, parents, please, from this group, can we have 2 of you to join? If your child is there, don't join. Because we don't want them to feel uncomfortable. Yep. Parents, if your child, son or daughter is here, don't join. In this group, please, one person that wants, please join. We want to have that group is a bespoke group. No, this one is just the youth alone. That's what we want. This is the mixed one. Join the mixed one. So, yes. Yeah? Do you want to? So, that group, anyone that wants to be part of this group, please sit and join. We've got our youths that are going to chair it. There they are. Sit in this group. Sit there, please. Yeah, sit down. Take a chair, yeah. Here we are. Sit. Sorry, I'm teething this chair here. So, yeah. Come, bring your chair out. Bring your chair out. Yep. This is a group. That's it. So, this group, this is a mixed group. Now, what this mixed group is going to do, who amongst you is good in taking notes? Okay, Anne-Marie, can I nominate you to take notes, please? Thank you. You want a pen, a proper pen, because the pencil can be a bit good. So, you want to sit there? Yeah. Huh? Mixed group, join. What's happening to your group? So, you want to join the mixed group? Oh, your group is there. But this is the mixed. This is the mixed group. Okay, so the mixed group is coming here then. Let's come this way. Please, sorry for moving you around. Mixed group is here. Perfect. Let's just turn it around, yeah. Come this way, Mom, yeah, thank you. Come, Mayu. Let me tell you something, Mayu. I like you. You know why? I see potential. I see a youth that knows the street. Isn't it? Come, take a seat. Good. I don't want to leave.
Sorry, I'm not joining. You will be leaving in the next 10 minutes.
I don't want to leave but these boys, when they see Louis Vuitton, their eyes are like, before you leave, let me know. Okay, good. So, yeah.
5 more minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much, group leaders. Thank you. Well done. Let's arrange the chairs. And the group leaders, please be ready. I'll start from Peter. The group leaders, be ready. Thank you very much. For 5 minutes, at least give us the brief idea. What do you people discuss about? Please kindly arrange the chairs. Kindly arrange the chairs. Put the chairs back. We'll soon leave here. Very soon. Let's do this quickly. And after that, we'll wrap up and we'll leave. Thank you very much. Let's arrange the chairs. All the guys help us to arrange the chairs back. Thank you so much. Also with the questionnaires as well, yeah? Thank you. Put the chairs back, please. Guys, help us. Let's do this quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Grab a seat, please. Kindly take a seat. Okay, take a seat quickly, please. Thank you. Thank you. My lady, I know you're leaving, but your driver has to give us just a brief idea of what they discussed about 2 minutes as he takes you. Yeah. Yeah. No, what was her name again? Vanessa, no, the one driving. Yeah. She has to give us a quick brief of what they discussed in their group. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Narissa. Okay, can I have your attention? Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Well done, guys. Well done. Well done. That was very effective communication. Very much so. Venice, Cameron, tell us a bit of what you people discussed in your group, your third group. Can we have some silence here, please? Please. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you. Now let's listen to her. Thank you very much.
Hi guys. So I had one of the groups, one of the youth groups, and we had a very good conversation. We went round and we was talking about the things we will do in certain situations, how we're gonna relate to other people, our parents, and all of that. And some of the things that came up quite a bit and really struck me was the fact that we don't like talking to our parents at all. My mom is my best friend. Like, my parents are my best friends. I love talking to them. Any situation, the first person I think of is going to my mom or my parents. And I think because I've just built that kind of relationship with her. And I think growing up, when I was younger, I used to feel like, and this is what we was discussing, that I just thought my mum was so far removed from situations. Like, she didn't understand it because I felt she grew up in the 1950s. So she didn't understand, not that my mum is born in the 1950s, but I just thought, you are not going to understand because them times is different. And it's actually true. Now things are completely different. Things are harder. So mums, please understand us. Things are harder. We have telephones. We have phones. Back then, I know you had to write letters and probably make it into airplanes and send it. But that's a story for another day. Anyway, yeah. So things are much different now, but it's still the same situations. They do understand more than you think. There are times my mum will tell me a story of back in the day. I'm like, really? That's weird. But one thing that we did discuss was that your mums are relatable. Your fathers are relatable. You just have to sit down and listen. And more time, we want to be heard, but are you listening? If you want to be heard, you have to first listen. And that's one of the things that we discussed. We also spoke about the situations that you would face when, let's say, somebody comes up to you with a knife. Like, what are you going to do? And they're saying, give me your phone. Some of you want to fight back. Run. We said run because your life is more important than a phone. You can get another phone any other day, but can you get your life back? We heard about the story of Godwin Lawson and Eliane, and sometimes getting involved in situations doesn't help, but going to find an adult is better. Talking to people, building relationships with people. Your situation is no different to another person's. You think you're probably alone in that situation, but you're not. There are other people there that you can also talk to. And we were just sharing our thoughts and feelings about these kind of situations. And it was really nice for us to get to know each other and really get to understand that we're all facing the same things. It's just about talking and coming together to find solutions to them. So yeah.
Anne-Marie, our group was quite an interesting one. So I would hand the mic to my colleague to feedback. As much as I can feedback, I want my colleague to feedback. It's just a matter of collaboration. And not only, you don't remember. So Anne-Marie, and where's the young lady? You come. Yes, and you come. And this is it. They represented themselves, and they will feedback for us. Do you lot remember everything we spoke about? Okay, I want you for 1 minute, feedback what you remember, and then hand the mic to him, and he feeds back, and then Anne-Marie will finish it. Tell them what we discussed, what you think we discussed. Not everything, save some for others.
So, at the start we were talking about some effects in here and in other countries. And I was saying that when you have homework at school and you ask your teacher for help, your teacher will help you and you will understand the techniques that your teacher is trying to teach you. But when you're at home and you ask your parents for help, when they help you, you don't really understand the techniques because they're from another country. So
Thank you very much. So what my young lady here is saying is, some of these conflicts, for instance, she said, when you're at school, they support you. It's quite understandable. But when you take it home, mom trying their best, and mom, it's kind of difficult, and it can be confusing and daunting, and that in itself is an issue. So did you hear that? Thank you very much. Now, what can you share?
We was talking about smoking and what would you do when you smoke, and I said you had to at least tell an adult because you can get addicted to smoking, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you. What Musa suggested was, we're talking about if you're developing a habit of smoking and you're not sure, because if our African mothers know, you are in trouble. And do we open up or not? And my young brother said, it's good to tell them so it can be discussed. And if they have any help, you help yourselves and get out of it together than to hide it. Thank you. You can take your seat. Now, Anne-Marie, do you remember what?
I mean, some of the things we talked about was about parents listening to children. Stop and listen to your child. I mean, in Africa, we turn to do most of the talking. I'm talking, you do the listening. So the children are saying, can we just take a step back sometimes and just listen and hear them out? Build a stronger relationship with our children through listening.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Educate each other. Listen to their experiences and let them listen to your experiences as well.
That's it, really.
That's it.
It was more to do with it, and I must admit we had a very, very good group. And very role modeling group. Sorry? Yeah, in the real mom models. Our mothers that were in the group, some of them took a lot away. Is there anyone that, excuse me, you had, who was it? You, what did you take away as a mother from our group?
There was really one very interesting discussion about us listening to our children, and there was this one that it was very, do you remember? Even a dream, yes. That I think one of the kids, they said that, yes, one of the boys, they said, our African mothers, if, let's say something is happening, let's say they're on their way back from school, and something happens that doesn't even concern them, and they come home to tell us, it doesn't concern them. They are just informing us that, oh, mommy, today I went to school and I was coming home, this and this. We will shout as if they were part of, we even make them feel that they were part of the story or the issue. So even if it's a dream that they even had, they can't even tell us. So we have to, so one thing I learned is that when my kids come and they are telling me something, let me listen, because maybe what they are saying doesn't even concern them. But because in my mind, I always think that what they are saying concerns them, you even start shouting before even listening to them. So we're really, really happy with that point, until we should listen to them, what they are saying. If it doesn't, whether it concerns them or it doesn't concern them, we should listen. Because maybe as they were passing, there is something that they are telling us that we can advise them through that next time if you see this, you should do A, you should do B. Yeah.
Yeah? Are you okay? Okay, thank you.
I think one thing we also need to move away is from children should be seen and not be heard. We need to move away from that. Parents, and listen to the children. They should be heard and seen. Exactly. And what they do. Know their friends. Know what they like, what they don't like. I've got 2 kids, and to be honest, some of the things they tell me, I'm standing there thinking, should you be telling me this? But I'm listening. I'm part of it. I want to know their friends. I know all their friends. I want to be the cool mom. you know, be the mum and be the friend. Be the dad and be the friend. That's the only way. Let them explore things as well. Let them explore a lot of things education-wise. My son wants to be a pilot. Guess what my father said to him? That's like being a driver. You've killed a child's dream right there. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes we need to put some of our ideas or ideologies away and listen and give them the chance to be who they want to be. Let them make a few mistakes as well. That's how they learn.
So, I'm sure with our group, have we covered everything? The last thing that one of the pastors did come to put to us, but we couldn't discuss, was if any one of you ever gets involved or confronted by a gang with a knife, what will you do? I'm sure we all have the way we deal with things, but I would just say to you, even me, as grown as I am, as huge as I appear, as a bad man as I think I am, even if you, a youth, 16, approaches me with a knife and say, yo, big man, give me your watch. All I'm doing is taking that watch vulnerably and saying, here, my youth, here. And let that youth know that I am not resisting. My life is better than that watch. Any one of you, if anyone ever approaches you, and it's not as if it's a contracted stabbing, and they demand something, as much as you think you're hench, and let go. Don't try to fight back, okay? You don't do that. Lastly, the tone of your voices, youths. If you notice, kids after school, yo, what? It's a conversation. It's like they're fighting. So we don't even know when it's serious. Let's learn to talk properly and use the right languages. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Pastor Joe here. Pastor Joe, come around, please. Thank you very much. Remember all that we're saying to you, regardless of your phone, how much it is, regardless of your jacket, how much it is, necklace, whatever. Remember, that can be replaced, but we cannot replace you. Let go of it and run for your life. Pastor Joe.
Thank you very much. We decided to talk on positive relationships and positive relationships whilst making positive decisions. And this is what we came up with. We said, first of all, you need to love yourself. If you don't love yourself, you can't love any other person. And we also proceeded by saying that you need to also be a good listener. You need to be a good listener. And thirdly, we said that you need to have the right people around you. And this is where the emphasis was. The emphasis was choice. We said you cannot choose your siblings, but you can choose your friends. So if you have a friend who is having a negative influence on you, and as we were talking, we had pieces of papers like this in front of us, and I said, you drop them, you pick the next one. Change your friends, and don't stick to one friend who will give you headache. Because there are some friends, even whilst you are at home, you know very well that they are not doing the right thing, so you avoid them. That's choice. Choose the right friends. And number two, change them. Change. There are certain friends, they will bring negative change upon your life. And your parents will even know that you are actually changing. Make sure you avoid such people. And then the last one, we say, be in charge of yourself. In other words, there are certain friends, when you are with them, they are always belittling you, looking down on you. You amount to nothing. And I was telling them how myself, I dislike people looking down on me. And therefore, they should not allow people to look down on them. And then we finally arrived at grooming, where we reflected on what the policeman was saying. And we're saying that it starts by accepting just a box of chicken, £1.50 box of chicken, and then it grows to become £1,000. So we concluded that we are not going to take gifts at all. If you have any gift, keep it to yourself. I'm going home, mommy will give me some, or daddy will give me some. We are not accepting gifts from henceforth. Not from anyone. Even if we know the person, we are not accepting gifts. We are going home because there's so much food at home. So much food at home. And if you need anything, your parents, and we're talking about how parents want their children to be better off, and we related to what Nash caused Nathan to read. We are leaving you to study. We want you to get to a higher height. And therefore, we allow you to do almost everything you like. You stick to that. And then we also spoke about what others want to be in future. And you can tell most of them had great aspirations. And we said that once you know your aspiration, don't let anything distract you. Be focused. Dodge the blades, and you will get to the bridge. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Joe, Pastor Joseph. Pastor Joe is our youth pastor, so there's a lot of responsibility that he's got, and that's why he's at the right center of this program, and he's going to be part of it as we move forward. So thank you all so much, and I think the feedback was good. But we have another group. How many? Oh, we got one more group. The group I was in. Who wants to say something about what we talked or what we discussed in our group before I call Yolande to come and just introduce her youth charity and what they do and what we can benefit from? Who was in my group? Maabekasa. Porsche? Maabekasa? Huh? Okay, I'll speak on behalf of the group. Anama Maabekasa. Okay, I'll talk. So, the group, I had the parents in my group, and I talked about parenting of our children and how we need to have time for them, make time for the child. If it's every once in a while, maybe one Saturday, or you should be having a listening ear. So when they come home, ask them what happened. No, was school all right? Yes, okay. Your food's in the kitchen. Yeah, bye. Okay, I've got to go work and I'm coming. That's your. But we should change that. When they come home, you ask them, how was school? So what happened? What have you got to do? Are you preparing for tomorrow? Good, well done. Did anything happen on the way, going, whatever? Brilliant. At least 5 questions are good. So we should encourage that. And one of the ways the gangs recruit our children is to make them feel that they're family. And I was sharing with them that this gang leader who managed to leave the gang, he said what they said to him, the way they go and said to they said, come. They hugged him and they said, when was the last time your mom hugged you? And he couldn't answer the question. And then he says, we love you, man. Come, your family. And that was the beginning of it. Then they said, how are you going to look after your family? So I said to the parents, it's a two-way street. One of the challenges that we have, and that's the discussion we had, was that our upbringing was all about, no, hey, come here, wait. It's all about almost a military style managing of the home. So what we need to do is calm down and keep the shouting down and just listen, talk, and just let them sit next to you and talk. So next time anything happens, they'll openly come to your room or come to the kitchen and tell you about it. So it's about communication, it's about listening, and then we also talked about the fact that there are resources, there's opportunities where the kids can have opportunities to learn, opportunities to study, opportunities to get certain jobs that we don't know about. So we're going to be engaging some other services, the council and other people to give us the information. We can give it to your parents, and then you can give it to the children. And also, the children as well, and it's just a case of inviting their friends. One of the big themes in our group was that we should encourage the parents to invite your children's friends to the home. Get to know them, get to know their parents as well, and that helps because together, then you can all look out for each other's children. So it's all about not living as a family, but living as a community, inviting your friends and your friends' family, or sometimes visit them, that sort of thing. If you don't get involved in your children's friends, you will never know who they are and who's influencing them. Show me your friends and I'll show you your character. So it's very important to invite your friends or get involved in the friends. And that's really our feedback. I think we were the last feedback, the last one. So we want to invite our final speaker, which is Yolande Lawson. She runs a youth charity, 100% youth, about the youth, preparing the youth. And I'm not going to say any more. Let's hear her brief introduction. She's going to introduce herself. Let's put our hands together to invite Yolande. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that you have a long day, I know, and I'm going to be brief as much as I can so that we can come out of here. So first of all, I would like to thank Apostle and Senior Pastor for inviting me to come and share what I do with my charity. The name of my charity is Jordan Mission. Why Jordan Mission? Jordan is my grandfather's name, and he was the one doing this. He did not create a charity, but he was the one doing helping people, anyone who are in need. Even we who are his own children, he will leave us and support other children. When I asked him, he said that, you have your parents, you have your father and mother. So those one, they need help. So I said, you shouldn't do that. But he told me something. He said that, can I show my grandfather's, picture? He told me something which I hold on to, and I hold on to it. That's my granddad. And what he said, his motto is what? Take good care of others at the time of their needs. At the end of your life, you cannot take anything with you. Therefore, remember individuals who are in need and do your best. That one is become my motto. So in my family, my auntie, my uncles, everyone who have a male child, they give Jordan. And I told them, no, I'm not going to give a Jordan to any children. I will make it international. That's why the name, the charity came about. So that's why the background of that charity. So, but what do we do? This charity is helping the young people, purely young people. Why young people? Because young people is our next generations. If you notice that, young people, they are, if you check the statistic for the employment for the young people is very, very high. Why? Because they say that, they are willing to work, but they told them they don't have experience. That is what's going on in UK right now. So at the moment, we are helping the young people in Newham. We support them because, the projects are, the name of the project, I call the project name Future Leaders Today. Why Future Leaders Today? Because before you become something tomorrow, you need to prepare yourself today. So that's why the project name came up, Future Leaders Today. So we work in Newham, and what do we do with young people? Young people, we support them with like a workshop, how to communicate effectively in the professional manner. And also we help them with CV. We support them with apprenticeship. And also we help them to get into work. So if you are looking for work, or if you want to go back to university, or you want to go back to education, please contact us. We will let you know what to do. If you want experience, we will help you. Because if you don't employ the young person, how are they going to get experience? So they need to contact us. We will guide them. We will provide advice. We will provide the information they need so that can be well equipped. That is what we do in Newham. But our job doesn't stop there. I register in UK and I register in Togo as well. So what we do in Togo, at the moment we give donation like a clothing, we give like school kids at the moment. That's what I'm doing annually. That's what I do every year. We give donation. So if you have like children and young people or anything you have you want to donate, please do let us know so that we can give it to these young children abroad. So the project, the main project, what we are going to do, we think that, it will be better for the young people to to leave their comfort zone and go abroad and share their experience. So the project is going to give opportunity for the young people to go to abroad. So this is a land we have. This land is going to be the land, part of it will be like a training center, and we will build another, we will be farming, because this land, my dad was the one who gave it to me, bless him. It's a big land he gave me, and as soon as I said I'm going to do the project, he said, wow, I love this project. So he gave me this land, so part of it is going to be training center, part of it is going to be farming. It's a lot of activity is going to be there. So I'm not going to take much of your time. If you want any questions or you want more information, just go to my website, which is first of all, let me just ask support. We will look for support as well. First of all, we have a partners. We have people like a Get Shop. Get Shop is the one, young people listen to me. Get Shop is the one if you want to do like a e-commerce, because I know that you guys, you use your time on the internet a lot. But I would love that you use that time to make money. How you want to do it, please contact me. I will let you know. Okay? And when it comes to sauna bath is well-being for the young people. So get with me as well. And it's very, very good. I've been there myself, and I know I enjoy it. The last one is mentorship. These are the people who help my young people for mentoring, yeah? So, the opportunity, I talked about the opportunity already. This is going to be our long-term opportunity, because the land is there already. It's just for me to start, getting funding and start building what needs to be built. So, there is opportunity. We would like support. Anyone who wants to support us in any kind, please contact us. This is our contact number. Please contact us. If you want to sponsor a child or a children in abroad or in Togo, please contact us as well. So anything else? Yes. That is for me for now. And if you want any question, anything, please contact me later or go to my website and you know more about me. But I'm not sure if I have a time to this question, because I know that we are talking about a crime, knife crime, for the youth safety. So I put some questions together. I would like us to go through it if we will have time. Shall we?
I'll run for it.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for listening.
Oh, put your hands together for your land. Hallelujah. She's working so hard, supporting the youth, getting them on pathways, whether they don't know how to write CV, whether they're looking for jobs or placements. That's what she does. She's also got international now. She had some questions to put together, which I think some of the groups have already answered or tackled. Should you go to prison for carrying a knife? Yes or no? And a few other questions that we will share on the platform so you can answer them for yourself. If you're not sure, you're not clear, let us know. We'll be able to, or she, and also. But Yolanda's here, please. If you've got any question, anything you want to help on for yourself or your children, by all means, speak to her. Jordan Mission, there goes the stand, the display stand, the mission and everything, and you can see it. Let's put our hands together for Yolanda once more. Thank you so much. We're now wrapping up. Okay, so she's got some flyers and brochures here. I'll leave them here, but we'll also share them, take a picture and share on the platforms for you, and you can understand how they prepare future leaders today. So next up, we're going to do some quick presentations, and then we'll give a vote of thanks, and we're gone. So Stella, should we call Stella to come and help us with this, with the presentations? Would you want to display it first?
Okay, everyone. I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much for your patience. And I do believe that your sacrifices are never a waste. Every minute spent here is a minute of investment of knowledge and insight. Thank you very much. We're going to be going soon. And we have this for one of the great presenters named as Nash. Come on, help me welcome Nash, and let's acknowledge Nash Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. Oh, Mister, please take the picture well, okay?
Oh, thank you. Seriously, I'm
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. And making the children feel involved, or the young ones. Okay, this presentation is for Albert. Please help me acknowledge Albert. Oh, thank you very much, Albert. That was a great presentation. Thanks for your sacrifice and your dedication. Appreciate. Thank you. God bless you. It's been a pleasure having you. The Jordan Mission woman. Help me welcome Sister Yolanda. Let's acknowledge her for the great work she's doing for Destiny Apostolic Church International, for this project and for all other projects.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I was not expecting it though.
Yeah, I know.
Bless
Nobody's
you.
expecting it.
Thank
you. Okay, bless you. Wish you.
I want all the organizing team to come forward and you can read this message from all.
Okay. Can I please ask the organizing team, the wonderful organizing team that put together. Weekly, they were meeting. Fortnightly, they were meeting. Phone calls together, text messages. People were sending their suggestions and different things. Please, can we all have the organizing team? Okay.
Oh, Mama Rose. Velma, Mama Rose, Auntie Rose.
Andy Rose, Akona Bear, and the rest. Okay.
Millie.
Where is Millie? All of you, all the team, please do come. Please do come. All the team.
The organizing team.
I don't think we need to mention your name because you know yourself. Okay? So that we can all go home. Okay. So we have this beautiful card to present to every one of us. Dear organizing teams, we would like to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation for your hard work and commitment during our Bridge to Bridges event and the meticulous event planning. Your exceptional effort in strategizing, coordinating, and flawlessly executing every aspect contributed immensely to its resounding success. Your dedication and determination to create a truly unforgettable experience for all attendees did not go unnoticed. We cannot thank you enough for your innovative ideas, unwavering support, active participation in group meetings, valuable time, and heartfelt prayers. We consider ourselves incredibly fortunate to have such an extraordinary team like yours. We eagerly anticipate the opportunity to collaborate with you once again for our next major event. Best regards from Bestel Foundation, led by Sister Stella, and Destiny Apostolic Church International, led by myself and Pastor Richard. God bless you. We appreciate it. Let's put our hands together for this awesome, wonderful, amazing team. We appreciate you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Mama Vic, can we call on to you, please, for the last presentation?
Praise the Lord. Apostle, on behalf of Bestel and the organizing team, Pastor Afre and everyone, Destiny family, we want to say a big thank you for allowing this great ceremony occasion to go ahead, and for your support, your guidance, and in every way that you are pushing this. We say God bless you and thank you so much. So this is something wonderful. Amen. God bless you, Daddy.
Amen. Oh, amen. Thank you.
We've worked hard for Pastor Fred. He's worked so hard. Unfortunately, what we ordered for him did not arrive in time. We just want to read the card to him.
Oh.
If you can read my writing, though.
Yes, yes. Amen. Okay, we have please listen to me. A last presentation we're going to do, and then we would be out of here.
So this is a lovely card for dear Pastor Afre. So for Pastor Afre, and it says, "Dear Pastor Afre, we wanted to take a moment to express our deep appreciation for your unwavering commitment and tireless efforts in organizing this event. We understand that event planning is not an easy task. The stress, long hours of preparation, and the pressure to ensure everything goes smoothly can be overwhelming. However, you handled it all with poise and professionalism. Your wise words and uplifting encouragement have been a true source of strength and motivation for our team. We are truly honored to have had the privilege of working alongside you. You have left a lasting impact on all of us. Thank you from Bestow's Foundation."
Thank you, Pastor Fred.
You're
welcome. Thank you.
God bless you. I learned, so this is your beautiful card. I learned what was ordered for you didn't come, but you know what? I think you deserve this more than I do. So I present it to you.
It's engraved in your name, so you can have it.
It will be in our office.
Amen.
You see, this man has done extremely well. And so many of the things I am supposed to do, I give it to him to do. So we will share this together. Bless you.
The feedback forms, if anybody's got more feedback for us.
Please, if you do have any of the feedback forms with you, please kindly let us have them. We'll be highly appreciative if you do fill one. Hello. Every one of us here today have enjoyed ourselves and have eaten well. And hence, I want Brother Nash to say something to the kitchen staff.
I tell you what, I love food. Youth, you know that, and I enjoyed the food, and I'm sure we all did. I noticed that there's only some people at the background that makes that possible. Can we just put our hands together and thank them? The kitchen, the catering staff, the people that supported with serving the food and all. They're still working there. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so when we finish with the closing prayer, please, if you have few minutes to help us rearrange the chairs, that would be greatly appreciated. Please, we need to hoover and then arrange the chairs ready for tomorrow's service. So let me hand it back to the senior pastor.
What do we say to Apostle? He's the host of the event. Thank you so much. You know, without you, we wouldn't have an event. It would be an empty auditorium. But because you're here, we were able to have accomplished the event. Thank you all so much. Without you, but especially for the Bessel team, the Croydon Council of Churches, and everyone, the catering team, the cleaning team, media, everyone. Thank you. All the presbytery pastors, everyone, thank you so much. And those who help us. Shall we all please help us? Arrange the chairs, please. Yeah, short prayer, please.
A short prayer. Let's do it now. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for such a successful program. We thank you for the life given unto us. We thank you for the opportunity to meet wonderful people here in this auditorium, to have beautiful collaboration. We ask that you will grant us traveling mercies. We ask that the rest of our lives will be in safety, and we ask that the rest of the desires and dreams and visions and missions and aspirations that every one of us have in us will come to pass in the name of Jesus. May your will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. And may we be able to say what you have done through your name in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's share the grace together. And now, may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Surely, goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Minister Joshua Obina, all the media, the PowerPoint projection, thank you so much. The media team, you and your media team, thank you. We appreciate. Let's appreciate them, the media team. God bless you. Thank you.
Please help us arrange the chairs very quickly for our Mother's Day. Mother's Day.